I just realized I was muted. Good evening, lunatics. Hope you're all doing well on this fine Sunday evening. Good to see all y'all. Nameless, Lundea, Dirt Dog. Yeah, the last time I tried to stream for a shiny Ditto Hunt was during the subathon, and yeah, we did not actually manage to find one. Which is really annoying, considering how it's supposedly really easy in Scarlet and Violet in order to find a shiny. Especially if you make a good enough sandwich for it, so hey, what do I know? Also, Lindea, I would do that if it wasn't for the fact that one, I'm poor, and two, it's hard to find good sprite artists. But yeah, hope everyone's doing well. But yeah, today I figured since I'm done with Mario and Luigi Brothership, I kind of need something to fill in on Sundays. I didn't feel like getting a new... Hang on, my stick is drifting. Hang on! I didn't feel like getting a new game set up at the moment. So I thought, okay, in that case, what the hell is that thing? Oh, it's a Staravia. Anyway, I figured that why not get back to shiny hunting a Ditto since, like, I want to kind of get this done before the next new Pokemon game comes out. Let's say, hey Max, how you going? Right now, so, before we get started, like, if you guys don't remember the actual way to go about doing this, basically we want to make a shiny encounter, a shiny encounter sandwich. So it's basically sparkling power level 3 plus encounter power level 3. And there was an updated recipe that I apparently never found, which is composed of tomato, onion, green bell pepper, and a hamburger, which apparently is really easy to do. But basically you want those 4 ingredients, and based on whatever type of Pokemon you want to put in 2 of a specific ingredient. Since Ditto is a normal type, I need to put in 2 tofu. And then after that, we just need to add in 2 Herba Mysticas of any type. So I'm just gonna go with 2 spices, and that should be enough to make the sandwich of what we're looking for. I'll say, hey Kojin, how you doing, dude? But yeah, I'm just mostly showcasing how we're supposed to make this sandwich in order to get the specific setup that we're looking for. But yeah, just like pile on your ingredients, make sure you don't accidentally drop something, because if you do, it'll mess up the sandwich. I'm trying my best to make sure my stick isn't drifting, because it's already drifting and it's being really annoying about that. Yeah, you guys see how it's drifting? I hate that. I swear, if the Switch 2 does not have a proper, like, doesn't have, like, a proper stick for its controllers, I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind. Okay, hopefully my stuff won't accidentally fall over, because it'd be really annoying if I have to redo this sandwich. I haven't even started the Ditto Hunt, and I'm already messing everything up, guys. Hey, I think that's something. You think I've something failed? No, not at all. Listen, I literally just got started, Gex. I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm only booting up the game right now. What are you saying? This is why you hate. This is why you hate sandwich building. The amount of tofu this sandwich insists on is normal for a sandwich confounds you. Honestly, you know what drives me insane? I don't understand why they insist on piling up ingredients perpendicular with the sandwich. Like, the sandwich is clearly horizontal, but they want us to pile it up vertically. Go freaking figure. You're gonna take a drink of water every time I fall. Listen, sandwich building isn't that tough. It's easy. All you gotta do is make sure you put all the flat ingredients at the bottom, and then you pile everything on, like, afterwards. It's all good, it's all good, it's all good. Y'all worry too much, it's all good. Okay, now we just need 2 Herba Mysticas. We'll put some spicy stuff on there. There we go, silver pick. You're looking forward to how the Switch 2 is going to somehow run worse? Don't you put that voodoo on me. I do not... Listen. Considering how much money we're dropping on the Switch 2, that thing better run perfectly. It's got to have, like, the utmost highest specs, never have any frame drops. It just runs perfectly at all times, never an issue. Stop drifting. For the love of God, stop drifting. Okay, now just hopefully our tofu will not fall over as long as I keep them evenly balanced, like so. Here, we'll put this over here. Drop this over here. You can go right over here. And there you go. Wabam! See? Perfect! It did not fall over whatsoever. See? Perfect. No one can ever argue about this type of sandwich. It's beautiful. It's majestic. I can't believe the game let you have that. I probably should have thrown away the bread, honestly. If I threw away the bread, it would not have fallen over like that. But it's fine. It works. Perfect. And with that, we have Sparkling Power Normal 3, Encounter Normal, and Encounter Normal Power Level 3. And now I'm just going to do a quick save, because if I do a quick save, I don't have to build the sandwich again. Wait, hang on. I didn't mean to open up this. Hang on. That counted? Listen, as long as the ingredients don't disappear, it works. But I will admit, I'm a little surprised it didn't fall over. Okay, that's a meow. That's not...
A burger is still a burger. No leave me one nom.
That is correct. That is a burger. Thank you for the burger, Wolf. Actually, would Heavy Woman's Guy even like tofu now that I think about it? Feels like he probably wouldn't. Anyway, just going to beat up all the meows as I run around here. Hopefully we come across the Ditto sometime soon. It's going to take a while, but it's fine, it's fine. We got plenty of things to beat up in the meanwhile while we hopefully come across the shiny one eventually. And hey, maybe we'll get lucky and find a shiny Tantamouse. That'd be cool. I haven't found a shiny Tantamouse yet. But yeah, so we basically just do this for the rest of the stream until we find a shiny Pokemon that our Breloom doesn't beat up. Because, like, the way this works is, if the Breloom decides to not beat up a Pokemon, that means it's actually a shiny. The main concern is whether or not it's actually going to be, well, an actual Ditto instead of a Meowth or a Tantamouse, I guess. Because, like, we're only going to be encountering normal type Pokemon until my sandwich runs out. You kind of have expected the Ditto for... Listen, if the first Ditto is shiny, at that point, I'm just going to have to question what the hell do I do for the rest of the stream. Because I was planning on the stream just be like this for, like, I don't know, 4 hours. I don't know how long I'm going to actually stream for, but I'll leave it up to you guys on how long we go. And then there was the time that I thought... Oh, man. Man, that brings up some old memories, though. At least we're going to get plenty of Ditto goo out of this, which is going to be nice for the machine that gives us a whole bunch of free items in the DLC. You know, the last time I did this, we found a shiny Meowth, so hopefully the shiny Ditto comes out sooner than later before we find another shiny Meowth. But yeah, we're just going to be doing this for a rest stream. So what you want to talk about any topics, chat? Don't really have a whole lot going on until we find that shiny Ditto, so this is basically a podcast stream for the most part. We're just going to be vibing up for the most part. I almost got excited when, like, Breloom decided not to attack the Ditto for a moment there, but lo and behold, of course not. Can never be that lucky, can I? Please do not talk about Ditto's goo. You know what? You're right. I want to put goo into Ditto. You're right. Especially when Ditto transforms in a cute girl. Wait, what? Are you looking forward to Legends ZA, and will it be different from this one? I'm definitely looking forward to Legends ZA. For one thing, at least it looks like it's going to run better compared to Scarlet and Violet. At least just based off of, like, how it overall looks. It also helps that it's not going to be, like, a massive open world compared to, like, Scarlet and Violet. Because, like, Scarlet and Violet's biggest issue is, for some reason, they have the entire world rendered at all times. And I'm like, why would you do this to yourselves? It feels like, it often feels like Game Freak just goes out of their way to sabotage themselves every time they decide to make a new Pokemon game. Because, like, I heard apparently from the development side of things for Game Freak, they would actually hire new people to work on each single Pokemon game. I got really excited for a moment there. And I'm just like, why would you bother hiring new people for every single Pokemon game if you're just going to do almost the exact same thing? So it's like, I don't know. It's just like, every time I hear about, like, how Game Freak actually tries to develop their games, I'm just like, what are you doing, guys? But yeah, basically, I'm looking forward to Legends ZA. That game looks fine. I'm really hoping it'll make up for my overall feelings about X and Y, because I wasn't really that big into X and Y. Like, I know a lot of people who's, like, recently came out to say they like it, and I feel like that's mostly, not to be dismissive of people. I definitely feel like people are allowed to have whatever opinions they have. It's just, like, I feel like when it comes to X and Y, it didn't have a lot of things that I personally want out of a Pokemon game. So it was a massive disappointment for me, especially as someone who really enjoyed Black and White. Black and White 2 wasn't as good as Black and White, but I like Black and White. So, like, going into that from Black and White being so, like, creatively, like, innovative for Pokemon for the time period, I thought it was, like, really cool. I'm starting to wonder if it'd be faster if I just beat up every single Pokemon I come across instead of just actively looking for Meowths. Yeah, unfortunately, you won't actually be able to tell if a Ditto is actually shiny, because it's going to look like a normal Meowth or Tantamouse when you're running around trying to beat them up. And I'll say this, finding a shiny Tantamouse is going to be really freaking hard to find if we do come across one, because, like, I think the only difference for a shiny Tantamouse is its, like, pants and clothing. I think they're just better suited for 2D. I sometimes feel that myself, honestly. By the way, sorry if the camera gets a little weird with the angling. It just gets like that sometimes whenever you're trying to lock onto a target. Meowth. Meowth. There's a Ditto. You know, it's funny enough, I think you can actually tell a Ditto is actually not a Meowth because Dittos are larger than normal Meowth. So if you see a larger Meowth, you can tell that's actually supposed to be a Ditto. That's not always the case, but still. Yeah, Ditto is actually its canonical, well, not canonical, but like similar to its actual size. So if you see one that's larger than normal, that's supposed to be a Ditto. Yeah, see, like that Ditto is slightly larger than a regular Meowth. I think I'm just going to let Breloom beat up some stuff while I wander around here. The open world and non-linearity in this game's conjunction with the Legends stances and now the ability for Pokemon to move around and physically dodge is stepping closer to a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon MMO. I can kind of see that, but I don't think they'll ever actually... Hang on, sorry about that. I was reaching for my AC. I don't think we'll actually get around to a... I don't think we'll ever actually get to a proper non-turn-based Pokemon game. Like... Legends ZA, like, even though it's a mainline title, I don't think they'll ever actually release a mainline, like a main battle system for Pokemon to be anything that isn't turn-based battles. Did you just ignore that Meowth? I was like, was that going to be a shiny Meowth or something? No, 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 no. Taking over a Pokemon removes their ability to not kill shiny, so definitely don't want that. There's also that too. Oh, say hey, Nico. Doing that was cute in BB. Doing it in... Oh my god, why are these Meowths just following me if they notice I'm just beating up all their brethren? They'd probably be all like, oh man, I wonder what that human is doing. Oh, he's sinking a mushroom upon our friends and family. I want to go see if we can stop them. And then they just stand there staring at me. By the way, if you ever hear me say he by accident when referring to myself, don't ask me why I do that. I 1,000,000,000% am a they, them, but for some reason the he just slips out, and I don't know why that even happens. I feel like that's not really an indication of my own identity, but more so about the fact that, like, I kind of grew up with the idea of just, like, saying he, him for any, like, person in general, because like I didn't understand the concept of they them for the longest time, so I'm mostly just like trying to get that out of my brain. I swear one of these days we will find that. Wait, hang on a second. That's not right. Okay, so we have 18 minutes of sparkling power left. Hopefully we come across it sooner than later. But non-turn-based or traditional Pokemon battle sure is for sure a thing already. Between the Mystery Dungeon Conquest and Unite, there's a ton of President spin-offs that have non-turn-based combat. That is correct, but Legends ZA is a mainline title. I'm just saying that, like, they mostly... Like, it's such a weird thing to say, like... It's a weird thing to kind of describe them as a mainline title, but they are mainline titles because they are developed by Game Freak and actually are, like, more... in-game lore for Pokemon. So it's like... So it's kind of like... I don't think they'll ever actually change the main battle system Pokemon because like... that I think that will upend the entire competitive scene of Pokemon, and I don't think they want to do that, especially for those who have spent years developing their own Pokemon teams and stuff like that. Like, not even years. I would even say decades. Decades of developing your Pokemon. And then they'd be like, oh no, we're changing the battle system, and then everyone will lose their goddamn minds. It'd be funny, but I don't think it's a good idea. Especially since they, like, if they were to do that, they would basically be throwing away all the design philosophy and the balancing of Pokemon games that they were working on up until then. And that would be just, like, really bad, like, for balancing purposes, because they would basically be going experimental with the type of, like, battle system they would be trying to implement. I'm not sure if you consider Legends Arceus a mainline title. Game Freak and Pokemon Company themselves call it a mainline title. Like, they straight up say Legends Arceus is a mainline Pokemon title. Like, there was an article where they straight up say it. Not an article, but I think they said it in, like... I know they said it somewhere. I think it was, like, a promotional thing. Sorry, I was getting a drink of water. Where are these Dittos? I swear, I've heard people who've found the Ditto within like an hour. So I'm a little surprised how long it takes me to actually find one. Even if Champions is the new PvP option, it's tough to see them moving away from turn-based battle system. Here's the thing. Champions is like... I think what they're trying to do with Champions is that it's going to be like a... it's going to be a battle simulator on the same level of... well, not the same level, but similar level to Pokemon Showdown, wherein, like, you have to put in your own Pokemon into the game. But, oh my god, I accidentally wandered a little too far off the cliff. I hate that. That caused all the Pokemon freaking despawn. But yeah, so basically it's going to be like a Pokemon Showdown simulator. And honestly, thank freaking God for that. Because, like, doing all the Pokemon battles in like, Scarlet and Violet was such a annoyance. Because, one, this game does not look great whatsoever. I am hoping to buy the upgraded versions. Well, not upgraded versions, but, like, the thing that upgrades the game for Switch 2. So that, hopefully, Scarlet and Violet will run better on the Switch 2. Assuming I get a Switch 2. Because I didn't manage to get a pre-order. But, hopefully I can get one of those soon enough. And, like... But yeah, like, this game does not look great. And they needed a better system to actually display that. And I feel like a dedicated battle simulator, like, Champions will hopefully be better to display on the big screen at big Pokemon tournaments. So yeah, I'm looking forward to Pokemon Champions for that. I will say this, if Pokemon Champions actually does take off the way I think it's going to work, I'm really, really hoping that I can actually start creating a big Pokemon community for myself where I can have, like, Pokemon battles against each other and stuff like that for, like, within my own community. I know, like, Claire has one for herself as well with her Pokemon Showdown. For her Pokemon Showdown community. But I feel like I kind of want to make one of my own just because, like, I feel like I have, like, a lot of stuff I want to talk about when it comes to Pokemon competitive stuff. I'll admit most of my Pokemon knowledge comes from watching like YouTubers talk about Pokemon. So like Wolfie's content and stuff like that. But I definitely want to get back into the competitive Pokemon scene myself. I'll admit, I wasn't really all that big into competitive Pokemon in terms of the official scene, because all of it was double battles. I was like, oh man, why would I want to do double battles when, like, actual Pokemon battling is singles? And then I realized, like, the actual competitive merit of double battles being way better than single battles, because, like, it's actually interesting because, like, I remember someone did a video discussing exactly why doubles is more interesting than singles. Because, like, there's actually more options that you can do in double battles. And not just in terms of competitive team building, because there's a lot more Pokemon that are better in doubles compared to singles. But not just that. Like, if you actually look at it from a, like, numbers standpoint, there are more options that you can do in a doubles battle, because you can decide, hey, this Pokemon in single battles, you have like basically 5 different options. You can do 1 of 4 moves, or you swap out your Pokemon. In doubles, you have like 16, like 4 times more options. Because you can, like, be like, okay, this Pokemon can do this move in conjunction with 4 other moves from a Pokemon. So that's already 8 different options right there. Like, that's like 16 options right there. And then you can swap out your Pokemon times another, like, I think 3 other Pokemon, because, like, competitive doubles is, like, 6 Pokemon, but you're only allowed to have 4 at any given time for one specific round. So you can swap out any of those 2 Pokemon with like 2 other Pokemon. So that already gives you like so many more different options. So like you can find all kinds of really interesting team compositions and like moveset combinations due to the fact that you can actually swap around your Pokemon in a much more comprehensive fashion. And not only that, for certain Pokemon, you actually want to know whether or not you're going to be on the left side or the right side. Because some Pokemon, like the positioning of the Pokemon kind of matters. Like for Ditto, it really sucks for freaking Ditto, because Ditto is one of the few Pokemon that are better in singles than doubles. Because the way Ditto works is, if Ditto has his imposter ability, it will instantly transform into any Pokemon. But in doubles, it only transforms into the Pokemon directly opposite of it. And due to that, you have to actively plan out, wait, which Pokemon am I swapping in and out in order to take advantage of this? Because if you don't do it properly, you will be swapping out, like, say, okay, let's say you have a tank Pokemon and a offensive Pokemon on your team, and you have a fully set up, like, Garchomp or something like that. You don't want to swap out your fully set up Garchomp into a Ditto. So that's just like, so that just becomes awkward to set up for Ditto, which is so unfortunate considering Ditto is like my favorite Pokemon. Yeah, Wolfie Glick is a good starting point, exactly. And doubles are much less rock, paper, scissors. That is correct. People just kind of love singles because it's what they're used to. Imagine a JRPG if your party was just one character. No, I get that. Honestly, that's actually a big criticism that I know Bermsai has with the normal Pokemon games. He was telling me how, like, he really wishes that they actually properly featured doubles battles in the mainline Pokemon games. Because, like, he understands, like, featuring single battles. That's perfectly fine. But you need to feature more double battles so you can actually get people into the actual competitive scene of Pokemon. Because otherwise, everyone's just going to think, oh, it's just going to, like, the competitive Pokemon is just singles, right? It's in 16, oh, so one character? Yeah, 16's weird. I kind of don't really like how Final Fantasy has been trending more and more away from, like, parties. Mostly because, like, a big thing I like about JRPGs is the whole party system. So, like, losing out on, like, a colorful cast of characters to focus only on one single character, like, I don't know. Like, even when I play, like, say, Dungeons and Dragons, where I'm building a single character, I don't mind that so much because I'm playing with other people where we're having a full party. Which I gotta say, man, I want to get back into Dungeons and Dragons, but it's just like so rough because like I haven't found like I really haven't really found the ability to find time to be able to play with other people, but also like I haven't really know a group that would I would want to play with. There is like Zeno rather. I really like him at running a DM game. That's really a lot of fun as well. Like, and now that he's out of school, I wonder if he's actually going to finally start up DMing again. That would be really cool. I would love to like join in on those if he ever is available. Ugh. We spent an entire in-game day looking and we still have not found a single shiny Ditto. You'd like to play again too? Same, Kojin. Turn-based RPGs are pretty much their own genre. Oh, for sure. I just feel like turn-based RPGs are a bit of a dying art because people are just like so insistent on trying to get through games. Like, I don't know. I feel like people just don't enjoy the whole strategy parts of RPGs anymore and just want to like bash their heads into stuff. And I get it. Like, if you want to play that way, fine. But like, I hope companies still understand that people like who are less dexterous still really want to enjoy RPGs for like, you know, character building and stuff like that. Because that's actually why I kind of like Zenless Zone Zero, for example. That one's an action RPG as well, but it's also very character building based. And I really enjoyed the gameplay of that game due to that. And like, that's also why I like Pokemon so much. I really like being able to build competitively viable Pokemon teams with interesting movesets and strategies. One of these days, we will find a shiny Ditto. Yeah, thank God for, like, metaphor and stuff like that. Like, I really appreciate Atlas still, like, doing their best to release turn-based RPGs. It kind of feels like the only people who's making turn-based RPGs are the indie folks and, Japan. Actually, like, I don't think we've really seen a whole lot of Western JRPGs, like turn-based RPGs anymore. Why are you just staring at me? Realms of Arcadia, Blade of Destiny across the table and grins like a madman. Let me copy that down for myself later. Hey Hippo, how's it going? Don't mind me, just shiny hunting a Ditto. Which, as you may or may not know, you cannot breed one because Ditto can only breed with other Pokemon. Dittos cannot breed with themselves. Which is really weird to think about. It's actually known for being incredibly complex. Okay, fair enough. So yeah, hopefully we come across a Ditto soon. My sandwich is about to run out. We only got like a little under 90 seconds left. Actually, no, it's not 90 seconds. A little under 200 and... No, 180. What am I talking about? I get math. Wait, are you a shiny? That is not a shiny. You went back to do a replay of Sword and you got to as many rare monsters as you can to restart Scarlet. You know, I'll say this. I kind of want to play through Scarlet again, but I want to play through Violet and, like, try to get all of the Pokemon I can in an area before I move on. So, I don't blame you on that. I think the only real issue is if I were to come across Pokemon that's, like... How do I put it? I think the only real issue if you were to come across Pokemon that are stuck on high areas so you won't actually get access to them. Is my sandwich gone? No, we still have like 52 seconds left. Come on, give me a Ditto! Okay, last minute sprint. Let's see if we can find one. Alright, well. Looks like we ran out. Alright. Alright. Alright, fine. 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 This is why we reload these, so that way I can just get the powers back immediately and then we can just, like, start searching again. But regular Ditto can show up as shiny Meowth here, ironically. But only if there's a shiny Meowth nearby. Is that actually how that works? I thought the way it works is that it will always be a normal looking Meowth. Meowths just run up and stare at you? Yeah, they're cats. They be cats. Oh my god, do I have to make a sandwich again? Oh my goodness, I thought I saved it! Does it not save my sandwiches if I save and then back out? Whatever, we'll make another one then. Sandwiches aren't saved? I am so annoyed about that. Okay. I could have sworn they saved considering the last time I did this, but I guess I probably forgot about it. Why they remove the clothing options? Because you're a school student with uniforms. That's the in-game reason, and they were like, well, gotta have the in-game lore reason actually match up with the gameplay reason. I mean, or rather, the gameplay reason match up with the lore reason. And this is why I really hate Sandwich, everyone. Just make things really awkward for me to pile up. Okay, we're just not even going to throw the bread on there. That's just going to cause everything fall over if I do. People usually go the other way around to save their ingredients, save before, then reload if they don't get anything. That's entirely fair. Well, at the very least, I just don't save right now, then. I think that's the only thing that I do. At least it's daytime now, so at least everything looks vibrant instead of just like dark, dank colors. You know, if there's one thing I kind of hate about the new Pokemon games, I hate the fact that it's based off an in-game timer instead of an actual, like, system timer. So you can't just, like, manipulate the clock to change the time to a proper time whenever you want to catch a certain Pokemon. Which is really freaking annoying, especially since there are so many Pokemon that are like, oh man, I'm only available at night. And I'm just like, well, I'm going to have to wait 30 minutes until you decide to pop up for me, I guess. It's very dumb and ruins what's otherwise really good story or branching side paths. I feel like it really depends on how much you want to put stock into it, because it's like I'm someone who really values narrative storytelling. So if there was like an in-game reason for like story, like if there was an in-story reason for why a gameplay is the way it is, I'm a little more forgiving about it as long as it's not annoying. If it's just like a cosmetic thing, I don't mind it as much. But I'll freely admit it kind of limits the amount of creativity you can have for the player, considering how like the whole point of Pokemon games is basically building your own adventure and your own self of character. So I can honestly see both sides on that. So it's like, I definitely wish I had more I will freely admit, I hate the fact that when I want to play as a character with a ponytail, for some reason the Pokemon games refuses to let me have a ponytail with a hat. I get it, freaking visual limitations and stuff like that, but I feel like you can totally have a ponytail with a hat. I am clearly demonstrating it right now with my avatar, having a perfectly cute hat with a ponytail. I don't think it's that hard to do. Give me my goddamn beret, Game Freak! Especially, you know, I don't know, an open world game. Yeah, but like, something you gotta understand when it comes to Game Freak. I don't think Game Freak is very good from a design standpoint. Like, they have a lot of good ideas for Pokemon games, but Pokemon games don't really reflect actually good game design for a lot of things. So it's like, I agree with you. I feel like they could do things way better. They just refuse to do it because it's like, oh, it's not Pokemon if you were to do it like that. Every Vera player in Final Fantasy 14 knows your pain. You were so upset when Legends Arceus didn't have a ponytail option for the female character? Yeah, I was so annoyed about that too. Like, I had to settle for just like wearing a beret then if I can't have a ponytail. And I ended up looking pretty alright for the most part, so can't complain too hard. least plenty of Dittos are showing up now. The problem is none of them are shiny. Like, I was watching videos of people shiny hunting Dittos, and they usually find it within 30 minutes. And here I am streaming close to an hour now, and we still haven't found one. Is that a shiny Meowth? I swear to God, the lighting... Oh yeah, you know what's another issue with this game? Why the hell is the lighting in this game so freaking awful? It is so hard to tell if a Pokemon is actually shiny or not, entirely because of the fact that they don't actually light... Because the lighting makes them look completely different, and certain Pokemon shinies look so similar to each other. Like me... You know what? Hang on a second. Let me show you something. Can you even tell this is a shiny Meowth? Like, maybe if you look close enough, you can tell it's a shiny Meowth. But from a distance, it does not look shiny, right? And like I said, the lighting system makes it so hard to actually tell if it's shiny. You can tell because you hunted one? I get that. I'm just saying that, like... If you weren't actually looking at it closely, you'd think, oh man, that's a totally normal Meowth, right? And that's why people are getting soured on mainline Pokemon over the years. The formula was very stale. Honestly, like, here's the thing. They were feeling like that since Gen 4, but then Gen 5 kind of, like, revived it a little bit because they started diving more into the narrative aspects of Pokemon. Because, like, before Gen 5, like, there was some narrative stuff in Pokemon. But Gen 5 is where they really started focusing on character narrative, which really revitalized the Pokemon for me. And then they started getting into more, like, dramatic visual storytelling with X and Y, which is cool. And they also started introducing gimmicks every generation with X and Y with, like, Mega Evolutions. So, like, I would argue every generation started getting more interesting as they introduced more gimmicks and stuff like that. So it's not just like, you know, you're just like, oh, we added new Pokemon. That's all we're going to do. Moving on. So, like, at the very least, even though I'm not a fan of Gen 6 and X and Y, at the very least, I can say they did shake things up in terms of gameplay for Pokemon. So that's cool. And then they started doing stuff like, oh, there's like Pokemon from alternate dimension known as Ultra Beasts and the Z Crystals and Sun and Moon. Gigantamaxing, which was freaking broken as hell in Gen 8. And of course, there's Terrestrialization in Gen 9, which I gotta say, Terrestrialization is such an awesome idea from a competitive Pokemon standpoint. But, like, I can understand from a casual standpoint, you might not think it's all that crazy. But it actually completely changes, like, how competitive Pokemon is addressed, because it basically changes out how Pokemon are defensively oriented or offensively oriented. It's actually really cool. I stopped playing halfway through Gen 3 because you were so bored, didn't pick it up until Gen 8 again. Like I said, it really depends on who you talk to, because I've been playing Pokemon since the beginning, and I never really stopped playing Pokemon, I'll be honest, because, like, I sincerely, I have said this many times, Pokemon is probably my favorite game series. Like, for all its faults, and don't get me wrong, like, you can tell I'm a big fan of Pokemon because I have a lot of criticisms of Pokemon. But there's a lot of things about Pokemon I still love, even to this day. So it's like, I have, like, that's one thing I do love about Pokemon. I do love how Pokemon has like, everyone has their own unique ideas of what they think Pokemon should be. And, like, I'm no different. I have my own ideas of what I think Pokemon should be. But oftentimes, I kind of have to take a step back from my own biases and be all like, okay, even though it doesn't reflect what I like in Pokemon, I can see why people see value in a title of Pokemon. Because, like I said, I don't like X and Y, for example, but I know a lot of people who do love X and Y, and I respect that. Like, hell, I love Sun and Moon, but I totally understand why people don't like Sun and Moon because of how molasses pacing it can have with its storytelling. That's weird. It was not locking on there. And I know why people don't like Scarlet and Violet, because God, I can totally see why people don't like Scarlet and Violet for its, like, awful, like, coding and programming. But, like, I would actually say Scarlet and Violet might be one among my favorite Pokemon games, if only because I really love the ideas that they have in this game. So it's like, I'm more willing to see Pokemon experiment and do something different. But admittedly, I'm also someone who doesn't really play a whole lot of Pokemon spin-offs. Like, I think the only Pokemon spin-offs I play, like, I'll be real. Guess what popular spin-off of Pokemon I've never actually played? I have never played a Mystery Dungeon game. And I'll be real. The one time I did touch it for a little bit, I think it was like Gates of Infinity. I didn't really like it. I know Gates of Infinity wasn't the most popular Pokemon Mystery Dungeon game, but like, from what I saw of other Mystery Dungeon games, it was a similar type of gameplay, and I'm like, it's just not for me, I think. I think the issue is that it was a roguelike, and like, it takes a lot to make me really like a roguelike. But I have played, like, Pokemon Snap. I love Pokemon Snap. That's probably one of my favorite games of all time. I freaking love the original Pokemon Snap. You know, I actually own the new Pokemon Snap, but I've never actually gotten around to playing it myself. Scarlet and Violet had your favorite storyline, as I said, and a true open world just makes sense in Pokemon. See a shit ton of hacks for proof. No, I get that. It's just, like I said, this thing has terrible programming. Like, I'll be real, if it wasn't for the terrible programming, I legitimately think people would consider Scarlet and Violet amongst the best Pokemon games. As of right now, if I were to look at things like outside of like biases and stuff like that, I think most people think their best Pokemon game is Heart Gold, Soul Silver. But I don't know. Like, I feel like if we were just like look at it like, I don't know. At the end of the day, I kind of feel like there's not really an objective answer to that. It's more so of like overall quality if you were to look at every individual aspect of what like makes up a quote-unquote good game. I think people are coming around on it. I think a lot of people are appreciating Scarlet and Violet a lot more for certain. They just still really hate how poorly programmed this is. Sorry, I went to get a drink of water. Best Pokemon game is actually Suikoden 2. Yes, exactly. Gotta find all your Pokemon, I mean party members. I will also say, man, the amount, like the amount of stuff that they changed for competitive Pokemon in Scarlet and Violet is so nice. Did you know you don't have to breed for egg moves anymore? There's a freaking item in this game that allows you to have egg moves be transferred over. I think it's called, hang on, let me try and find it. Yeah, the Mirror Herb. The Mirror Herb is actually more complex than you think. It doesn't say what it actually does. Because, like, if you give the Mirror Herb to a Pokemon, and then you have a picnic together with one Pokemon, another Pokemon that knows its egg move that it currently has, it will copy the move onto that Pokemon if it has an empty slot. So you don't even need to worry about egg moves anymore. They made it so easy to make a competitively viable Pokemon team. And so many people still think it's so hard to actually make a competitive Pokemon team. Like, more than ever, you can totally make an easy competitive Pokemon team in Scarlet and Violet. I think the only thing that they...
Thank you! Pokémon have good character design and world building, but any future Pokémon games should mix the Pokémon people's culture from different regions, not just Pokémon species.
I don't know if I agree with that. Mostly because I like being able to appreciate cultures in like their specific locations and stuff like that. So like I feel like every region should have its own dedicated culture because it helps highlight their individual aspects of it instead of making everything a melting pot. Because otherwise it'll make that region seem all the more homogenous otherwise. Hell, people actually have issues with Scarlet and Violet's Paldea because of the fact that it doesn't actually reflect the Spanish culture as much as it should. But thank you for Riso for 17 months. They also made Masuda method much more available. Yeah, you know, it's actually really awesome because they, the community, you know what? Can I just say how crazy this is? The worldwide Pokemon community came up with a specific code for you to trade Dittos with. Because if you type in a code, like if you go online and you go into the Poke Portal, and then you do like link trade, and if you put in a specific code, everyone in that specific code will have you be matched up with someone else who's trading a Ditto. And they are specifically set up that way so that you can get a foreign Ditto. As long as you match up with someone who is an alternate language from your own, you will trade for Dittos that are another language, which is really nice for the Masuda method, if you know what that is. So yeah, can I shout out the freaking Pokemon community for being so creative with that? And there are specific codes for every Pokemon. You have the list bookmarked for reasons. So yeah, I absolutely love the Pokemon community for doing that. You can't even give egg moves to Pokemon that don't reproduce. Paradox Bonds, for instance. Yep. Unfortunately, shiny hunting a Ditto will still take freaking forever. I swear one of these days we will find that Ditto. You have your favorite Pokemon, a small girl with a hammer that hurts fucking birds. Yeah, she just like... she's just like, fuck you, specifically to Corviknight. I love her. Who's currently benched out of my main team now? Oh, yeah, Clodsire. Clodsire, my sixth Pokemon is actually normally Clodsire, but I'm currently using up Breloom for catching purposes. Come on, please be a Ditto. Not a shiny Ditto. You shiny. Why are you not at a Ditto known location? This is a Ditto known location. This is actually the most efficient area to find a Ditto. The thing is, the way... Okay, so just to explain what's going on right now. I have a sandwich power-up that gives me sparkling power. Sparkling power basically... it increases your chances of finding a shiny Pokemon for that specific type. In this instance, normal type. Encounter power normal makes you encounter more normal types, which is what a Ditto is. But unfortunately, Meowths and Tantamouths also show up here. So the Ditto is going to show up as a Tantamouse or a Ditto. Because the way Ditto shows up is he doesn't actually look like a Ditto. Ditto will always look like another Pokemon. That's how they handle Ditto in this game. So I'm just like wandering around until like I find a shiny Ditto. If you're wondering why I'm beating it up, it's because, yeah.
Not sure if I shared this story in past. Was hunting shiny Golurk, but my moan stopped killing a random mini Yor that had wandered in. Quick save, fight, and check, and it's a shiny. Downside? Mini Yor loves to use explosion. Don't remember if I got it on.
Don't remember if you got it on first round with repeat ball or second round Pokemon with damp. That's so unfortunate, but like nice. I'm happy you were able to find the shiny Meteor. But yeah, you definitely, if you're going to try to hunt for a Meteor, bring a Pokemon with damp. I'm trying to think of any Pokemon that has damp and false swipe. Is it like Golduck? I think Golduck has false swipe, right? Thank you for the bits, by the way. Really appreciate it. You will miss Meteor too. There's no way to even tell it's shiny. Yeah, like, honest, no, there is a way. Like I said, if you send out the Pokemon like what I'm doing right now and beat them up, if it's a shiny, it will not beat it up. That's why I'm sending out Breloom all the time to go beat up all these Pokemon. Because it's like, if it's shiny, Breloom will not attack it. Well, it doesn't have to be Breloom. It can be any Pokemon that you send out, but still. But not outside the battle or having Pokemon go beat it, correct? Ugh. You know, you would think that one of these days, one of these would actually be a shiny. Especially when I have sparkling power up, but no, of course not. You're starting to be convinced that shiny Ditto doesn't exist? I've seen so many videos showcasing them doing the exact thing that I'm doing. It's just whether or not the Ditto actually wants to pop in. Breloom just happens to be the best to capture most Pokemon. That is correct. The reason you don't want to use it for grass types, though, is because grass types are immune to Spore. And, thankfully, Ditto won't instantly transform into Breloom, so don't have to worry about that. Do you have the shiny charm? Yes, I have the shiny charm. Let's see here. Have you sacrificed a goat for proper RNG? You know what? I have not done that yet. You're right. All right, everyone. You know what? Okay. Hang on. You know what we need to do? Okay, so I have 2 shiny Psyduck. What if I just release one of them? If I release one of the shiny Psyduck, do you think the shiny Ditto will pop up? Don't release one or trade it. Then you'll be sad. I don't think it would. I mean, that's basically the equivalent of sacrificing a goat, right? Release a go-goat instead? Do I even have a go-goat? I'm pretty sure I do. Oh, no, I can't release it. I just realized. Okay, the reason I can is because I'm trying to make a living dex for my, for Pokemon Home, and if I release it, it's going to be annoying to get later. At least you're not hunting for a perfect nature fossil or future Pokemon in Area 0. Hey, at least you can, like, at least for fossils, you can breed them. But you are right about, like, oh, you mean Fossil Future. Oh, you mean, like, the Paradox Pokemon. Yeah, those Paradox Pokemon will be really annoying to find. You're right about that. But at least, actually, no. Nature doesn't matter. We have mints for that. I think the only real hard part is finding a shiny of that. Well, actually, no, Ivies. No, Ivies. Ivies would actually be annoying. You spent a long time catching a shiny Valiant? That's also true. Isn't it super easy to hunt Fluttermane to be able to force it as the only possible encounter? You can do that for multiple, Paradox Pokemon. It just depends on which one you're talking about. Because I think you can do that for, like, what's it called? Something Moon? I always forget the name of it. Crescent Moon? That's not it. Waning Moon? The, Salamence Paradox Pokemon. Sailor Moon. Roaring Moon! That's what it was. She is the one known called Sailor Moon. Da ba ba na 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 da na dun. Man, now I kind of want to watch Sailor Moon. I hate you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hippo. Really appreciate it. You know, I almost called Hippo Wolf, and I'm like, why do I know so many people named after animals? Seen this game coming, Digimon Storytime Stranger? I heard about that. Haven't gotten around to looking too deeply into it myself. Okay, we got like 4 minutes left. 4 minutes left on the sandwich, that is to say. Because they're easy username fodder when you were younger. At the very least, they're more creative than my stupid name. Because everyone seems to have the nickname No Limit. And I'm like, man, I could come up with something a little more creative. Oh, well, too little, too late now. I'm kind of stuck with it for not life now. You're grumpy, territorial, and have a titanic ass. You are a hippo. I'm sure some people are into that. I refuse to believe that Ditto is this, like, afraid to be shiny. There is no way Ditto is this hard to find. Is my RNG just this bad, guys? Sagami, please do not compare my wife to a hippo. No offense, hippo. You know, I think the worst part is like the camera always jittering around every time I lock onto a Pokemon too. So it's starting to give me a little bit of motion sickness. Some shinies take 5 minutes, some take months. Yeah, but you would think that with the amount of like random spawns, you think one of them would have been shiny by now, especially with the increased chances of the fact that I'm using a shiny charm in combination with the... Actually, okay, so can someone do the math for me? What are the chances of me finding a shiny Ditto right now using the sparkling power level 3 that I have along with the shiny charm? Because I feel like that reduces the amount by a lot, right? At least theoretically it should be. Threve. Perfect. There's also foul play as a move, which uses the opponent's attack, so your starter special attack with 0 attack IVs can make foul play worse. Correct. Like, I think the only times that you want to lower your attack, like, I think it's only like attack, speed, and maybe special attack. It's very rare that you ever want to lower your special attack to 0, though. At least in terms of IVs, that is to say. So I have a 1 in 683 chance. Cerebi says 6 in 4,096. I don't think it's 4,096 because I think that's only with the shiny charm. We're doing it in combination with the sandwich. The sandwich should be lowering the chances as well. Or increasing the chances, that is to say. And my sandwich ran out. Wait, hang on, before we do that. Let me make sure all these meows are... Okay. Alright, looks like we got a Genie reading. Genie of Slots, come on out, spin those wheels. We got an important question for you now. Peter Persum asks, will they be able to find a shiny before limit this year? And the answer is, well, unfortunately, even the luck of shinies is beyond the logic of an RN Genie such as her. But she will assure you that she will be rooting for you regardless, though. Thank you, Genie. Can always count on you to give us the proper answer for any situation here. But hey, you have been blessed by the RN Genie. Hopefully you'll find one before I do. Oh, it's the same as what Sagami said? Okay, never mind, Hydra. I didn't actually divide by 6. Never mind. Yeah, 1 in... Okay, so 1 in 683. So, theoretically, I should be coming across one sooner than later. Considering it's like... I basically have to beat up 683 Dittos, right? Alright, tomato, onion... green bell pepper, 1 hamburger, and 2 tofus. Reloading no longer refreshes the sandwich. Nope, we're going to have to... we have to, like, rebuild the sandwich every single time, unfortunately. But hey, at least it lasts, like, good, what's it, 30 minutes or so? 30, 20 minutes? I forget how long it actually lasts for. I can check in a moment. I thought you learned how to do math via Yu-Gi-Oh! Listen! If I'm gonna get an answer from the chat, I just assume the chat's gonna do the math for me. Like, you guys are basically a glorified calculator in my eyes. You know, a really sassy calculator who gets mad at me whenever I say something mean like that. Love you, chat. Try me, give an answer fast. Okay, what's 456 divided by 5? And yes, I realize I did not end it with a 0 or a 5. $91.2. See? You guys are a glorified calculator. What'd I tell ya? Thank you. Potato. And then there's hippo. But then again, he's not a math teacher. He's a history teacher, if I recall correctly. Oh my god, so many meows. Peter said fast, not accurate. True. One plus one is 2. 2 plus 3 is... 1 plus 3 is 4. Quick maths. I almost said 3 plus 2, and I almost said it was 4. You used to be a math teacher? Congratulations, Kojin. I'm proud of you. You know, my mom wanted me to be a teacher for the longest time because, like, she knew that I got an English degree, and it's like, you know, there's not much you can do with an English degree. How about you go teach it? And I'm like, I could, or I can go into streaming. And that's why my mom is very disappointed in me as I live on the 2nd floor of my house. I joke, my mom actually supports me with my streaming stuff. I just wish I can actually make enough money so she doesn't feel like I'm just like a drain on her. Again, she doesn't actually feel that way. I feel like she feels that way. I don't know. Like, I will say this. Like, getting into streaming probably was one of the worst ideas I did, but at the same time, I'm someone who suffers from massive anxiety. So I feel like if I actually worked a normal job, I would actually feel like existential dread every day. But at the very least, I wouldn't be so stressed out about money or like my retirement or anything like that. Because man, I hate the fact that when I turned 30, I actively had to think, oh god, what am I supposed to do about my retirement funds and 401ks, because I clearly don't have those. Why am I guys, this is what happens when you turn 30. You start thinking and talking about the most boring things that no one actually cares about. What happened to me? I used to be the fun person who was always just chatting about boobs and butts. Now I'm talking about, like, retirement. That's common for this generation, is it? Invest in butts? I'm pretty sure if I invest in butts, I probably would be losing money from that investment. Is staring down 40 soon? Hippo, I feel you. I feel you. But at the very least, you're not working a horrible startup job like I am. That is to say, streaming. I make way less than minimum wage. So yeah, anyway, kids, stay in school, don't do drugs, and get a job. I feel like I've wandered around this entire hill for like, what, 20 rotations now? Normie jobs are awfully soul-crushing. I will freely admit it's not soul-crushing. Like, I will freely admit my job's not soul-crushing, but also makes no money. So instead of being soul-crushing, you just have that horrible dread that you are probably going to, like, have major financial issues in the future. Hell, technically, I have major financial issues now. Tee-hee! You should try Pumpkin Hills instead. You know, I never actually played Sonic Adventure 2. I probably should get around to that. Wait, is Pumpkin Hills Sonic Adventure 1 or 2? I forget. If it's Sonic Adventure 1, then I have actually played that. It is 2. Okay, I was losing my mind for whatever reason. I don't know why I was thinking it was 1. I played 1 on stream. You know, oddly enough, I don't remember anything about my Sonic Adventure 1 playthrough. I think the only thing I remember was that the first stream was really annoying because everyone was like, oh, hey, why didn't you mod it? And then we had to mod it on stream for like an hour. And when I fought the Egg Viper at the end of the Sonic story, when Eggman tried to do his suicide attack on me, I just stood still because I didn't know he existed, and he missed. And then Meds and Maniacal immediately hopped in and called to yell at me about how stupidly lucky I was. Never Shiny Hunt Zora. Imagine this at 15 FPS. At the very least, you can breed of Zoroa, so you don't need to worry about, like... So you're not forced into shiny hunting it out on the field like this. Mind you, breeding in this game is also really freaking slow. You would have yelled. I think they specifically wanted me modded it because they were like, oh, like it's not in widescreen. You need to play it in widescreen. And I was like, okay. I think it was like Nick who told me to do it. Oh yeah, I was also playing the Steam version, so yeah, apparently the Steam version was wonky too. Sorry for the yawn, guys. I haven't really slept a whole lot lately. I actually slept at noon today because I was trying to take care of some business-related things. I was also trying to set up a counter for my streams, which I actually did finally figure out how to set up a counter for myself, but I realized, considering the way we're handling this, the RNG of encountering these Dittos and the way I'm fighting all of these doesn't actually reflect how a proper counter would work. Like, if I was doing, like, soft resets or, like, a static encounter, I would do it, but since we're in an open world setting, it would be very easy to actually go through a counter like this, especially with how fast we're going through it. I'm not going to judge you on that. You took a nap after your morning stream yourself. Man, Hippo, I feel so bad. I know that you've been streaming more lately. I just haven't been around for it because I'm either sleeping or whatever. But yeah, I'll be real. I've actually kind of shifted into a nocturnal sleep schedule, which honestly works out for me because, like, more often than not, the people I generally try to do streams with are nocturnal themselves. So we usually do a lot of late night streams and stuff like that. Looking at you, Claire! Now, which will you find first, Shiny Meowth or Shiny Ditto? That's a good question, because I have, like, if there was a Shiny Meowth, I might not have even noticed it. Again, the lighting system is so trash in this game, you can't even tell if it's shiny or not. See, if there's one thing I wish they brought over from Legends Arceus, why the hell did they not bring over the sound effect whenever you are hunting for Pokemon? Like, you know when you're playing Legends Arceus and then you're wandering around and you suddenly hear the sound effect jingle for a shiny? Why the hell did they not bring that over into this game? You would hella benefit off of that in this. Who the hell would stream into AM? Gee, I wonder who would do that, Peter. Can we get shoutouts for Peter and Hippo? Peter mostly plays like Hoyo games or RPGs like Persona, so go check that out. Hippo does a lot of Archipelago and randomizers. Usually really cursed randomizers, but still. Yeah, get shouted out, Hippo and Peter. Take it. Or, you know, play La Mulana. La Mulana. God, why can't I words? Ugh. How many Dittos do you guys think I killed by now at this rate? Yes. You know, I feel like I probably wiped out the entire Ditto population. Not enough? But what am I supposed to do about the Ditto that transforms into cute girls like that bodyguard girl from Pokemon Legends Arceus? Not Pokemon Detective Pikachu. Can I just say one of the coolest things from the Detective Pikachu movie was all the Ken Sugimori artwork they had during the animated credits at the end of that movie. God, I love the artwork that was featured there. Pokemon Detective Arceus. Yes. Oh, by the way, you know, okay, you know what I never realized? Someone actually pointed it out to me in a YouTube video, and I was so surprised about this. I never realized it before. Did you know that Arceus is shaped in the shape of a hand? And suddenly the whole aspect of Ditto, like Arceus, having 1,000 hands makes a lot of sense. Yeah, look at Arceus. His head and his limbs are actually fingers. He's in the shape of a hand. And you know the Pokedex entry where God has 1,000 hands? The Arceus that we know is only one of those hands. So we aren't even capturing the full power of Arceus, aka God. Arceus is just Master Hand. So yeah, like, a lot, so you know that headcanon that people have that Arceus is just letting us, like, control a part of him and it's not actually the full strength of his full power? Yeah, Arceus is only a fraction of his actual full power. And I think that is so awesome from a lore perspective. Honestly, one of my favorite parts about Legends Arceus is all the cool new lore stuff that we got about the Pokemon universe. It was so sick as hell, which is why I'm really excited for ZA, because I really want to see what ZA is going to be like in terms of its contributions to the Pokemon lore. Specifically to X and Y lore, anyway. Arceus is just a gigantic JoJo's reference. I can see it. All you see is a horse? Okay, hang on. Let me pull it up for you. Give me one moment. One moment. I almost got it set up. Okay, do you see it now? You don't see the hand! I am legitimately shocked you cannot see the hand! When it's literally recreated right in front of you! Those are just 3 Arceuses, thank you. Anyway, I think that more or less it gets the point across. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to ZA. Hopefully it'll actually do, like, for Gen 4 what it did for Gen 6. Like, I'm not entirely sure what they would do, because it's like, apparently it's going to be like a sequel to X and Y, considering how it takes place in modern day, and how, like, AZ has his Floette with him. You know, I wonder if they'll actually make ZA, like, AZ's Floette actually into a like event Pokemon that you can pick up. Especially since you weren't able to get it back in X and Y. Which makes sense. You probably didn't want to, like, they just want to make it uniquely to him, which I get. Arceus, how to draw a horse with hand stencil. Also, I'm pretty sure Lysander is dead if you're asking for more stuff about him. You never played Legends? I would say Legends is probably one of the best Pokemon games. It's very refreshing. It felt like a huge breath of fresh air. I think you'd appreciate that, Hippo. It also definitely would have better catching stuff compared to this. I'll say that. So you're not getting switched to until that price comes down. The library is more robust. I don't know if the price is gonna go down. Because, like, apparently someone did the math for the parts. They're apparently breaking even. So, unless the parts themselves go down, which is incredibly unlikely, they would straight up be selling the Switch at a loss. The Switch 2 at a loss. You're good to wait for a few years? That's entirely fair. Like, if it's on sale, by all means, like, whatever works for you. I'm just hoping that, like, they'll be able to, like, have, like, sales or whatever to help make up for that. Not like sales by Nintendo themselves, because Nintendo will never sell it on a sale, but like, hey, you never know. Maybe we'll come across like some retailers who are like, oh, hey, we're gonna be selling this as on sale. You want to buy it? Cool. Actually, how often? Okay, random question. But because like I own a Switch, so clearly I never actually paid attention to this, so you guys might know about this more than I do. Do you guys know if like, if the Switch 1 ever went on sale? Like, I know bundles existed, but I don't know if people ever sold the Switch for us on sale. It's okay, your Steam backlog will last you over 3 lifetimes. I feel like that's most people. You can also grab it refurbished ones for cheaper. That's also true. I'm starting to wonder if maybe I should grab a refurbished Switch 2 when that comes out, because I never did actually get to pre-order. I think, okay, I will say this. The main reason I want to switch to, for Path of Radiance, Fire Emblem Path of Radiance, which is going to be on the GameCube Online, and I also want to have Legend ZA hopefully run at 60 FPS. That's all I really want. I don't really want anything else. Which is weird to say because I really like Donkey Kong, and you'd think that I'd be excited for Bonanza. I feel like I killed a lot of Dittos at this point, guys. I feel like we're old for estimate at this point. I think it was just refurbished in bundles. Damn. I'll say, hey, Aggers, hope you're doing well. You made a bunch of accessories for Switch 2, so maybe there'll be more varied bundles. Hard to say. That's also true. Interestingly enough, I keep on seeing pre-orders for Walmart, but you know what's really annoying? Whenever I try to place an order on Walmart, they rejected all my payment options. Like, I try to pre-order with my PayPal, no dice. I try to pre-order using, like, a card, no dice. Go friggin' figure. Which is really weird because, like, no other, like, everybody else I know was like, oh no, we didn't have any issues. And I'm like, why the hell did I have issues? You alright? Had a long weekend of errands? Hope the errands went well. Are you finished with those errands? Are you finished with those errands? Are you finished with those errands? Errands? You're hoping your Best Buy pre-order says you nearly tried to log out at one point while waiting. Best of luck with that, Sagami. I hope you get that. I will say this. I got my Street Fighter and Zelda amiibo pre-ordered. The only one I don't have pre-ordered is the Yunobo one, which for some reason no place has a Yunobo pre-order. I'm a little confused about that one. Y'all figure that one out. I even got the Street Fighter cards that was at GameStop. I also got a Switch 2 Pro controller. I know I don't have a Switch 2, but it's nice to have it on hand in case I need it for the future. And I also got the... trying to think of what else I also got. Basically, I just got everything except for the Switch 2 itself, though. Which is fine. I'm gonna get a Switch 2 eventually. I just don't know when. I feel like the Amiibo will be harder to come by anyway, because, like, you know, Amiibo, they tend to go out of stock rather quick, but the Switch 2, nah, that shit's forever. Well, not forever, but, you know, this console generation forever. You're waiting on the Switch 2 Pro controller for now. You're waited a bit getting one for the first Switch anyways. I mean, I did the exact same thing too, but the Switch 1's Joy-Cons just did not feel comfortable in my hands. Better hope a pandemic doesn't happen the next year or so. What makes you think there'd be a pandemic? And what would even happen, like, in regards to it anyway? Besides, even if there was one, I never leave my house to begin with. I think the only time I really leave my house is whenever I have to do, like, business outside, or if I have to, like, go shopping and stuff. Oh, bird flu. Yeah, I guess. Remember when things were a lot harder to come by during gaming? Touché. Oh my god. You know, I'm starting to wonder if I should set up a prediction to see when we're going to come across a Ditto at this rate. That is to say, a shiny Ditto. I don't think there's a shiny Ditto here. It'll pop up! It'll definitely pop up. It's just a matter of patience. Which, thankfully, I have none of. Picked up an out-of-package Terry and Sonic the other day. Yo, that's awesome! Congrats! You know what I find really funny about, like, when Terry, Byleth, and Banjo came out for Amiibo? Everyone thought Banjo and Terry were going to be the hard Amiibo to come across. No, it was freaking Byleth of all characters. Which is really freaking funny to me. Like, Terry and Banjo, those were easy to come across when those were new. It was Byleth that was hard. Of course you don't have any patience. You're a knock doctor. You know who is a doctor? Go on. You mean female Byleth specifically? No, I'm talking about the Amiibo. Female Byleth doesn't exist. As an Amiibo, that is to say. Doctor Who. Yeah, who? Doctor Who. Who are we talking about? Doctor Who. I haven't watched this week's episode of Doctor Who yet, by the way. Last two were kind of to me. I guess the last one was okay. But only because I appreciate them actually featuring 2D animated characters, which I thought was cute. You know the Doc Who that Star was having a meltdown last night? Wait, what? Like, I know she was having a meltdown over, like, Okami coming out, but what about Doctor Who now? Alright, looks like we got another question from Sagami. Well, everyone, you know what time it is when you have an important question and you don't know who to turn to. Why not turn to the source? Dr. Source, how you doing? Dr. Source, please, what can you tell us about Fatal Fury's Terry? I see. Fascinating. Well, you see, everyone, when Terry was being created, they were under the impression that most people would not appreciate their original intent of featuring a main character that was actually a woman. That is to say, Mai. But so they were like, okay, but what if we just made someone equally as busty as Mai? So they made Terry Bogard with his rippling pectorals. And it was like, perfect. No one will complain about this design ever. And if we ever were to make him into a girl in like a spin-off like 30 years later, no one's going to complain when we make her equally as busty. Cool. Awesome. Thank you, Dr. Source. And remember, everyone, if you ever need a source, she's your source. Terry's got massive biddies. I would argue has bigger biddies than Mai does, frankly. She felt what she was in an episode of one? Is it because of like... Oh, so she thought she was on an episode of Doctor Who because of how Okami came out through a video? That's hilarious. And my sandwich ran out. Fatal Cutie Terry is blasphemous for not being as buff as her normal self. Don't worry about it. It's true, Fatal Cutie Terry needs to be more ripped. You know, I feel like I had the exact same issue with, like, She-Hulk from the She-Hulk series, because, like, apparently Disney actually told the people who were making her to make her less ripped, and I'm like, why would you do this? Alright, once more with feeling, hopefully. It's only taken us, what, 3 sandwiches? Three's the magic number, right? Pickles, onions, green peppers, hamburger. And 2 tofu, because we want to be thinking healthily. Jen should be an absolute unit. Yep. Like... Okay, do you think Jen looked good in Marvel vs. Capcom 3? I think she looked fine there. Man. You know what I really hate about Disney right now? I hate the fact that Disney's first thought when it came to all of their financial failures of their recent Marvel movies, their thought process is, oh, clearly we need less diversity and stop experimenting with cool ideas and featuring characters no one cares about. And I'm like, do you not realize one of your biggest success stories was freaking Guardians of the Galaxy? Absolutely no one would know anything about Guardians of the Galaxy if you didn't bother making a movie about that, team. I'm just saying. Everything? I mean, you are correct about that, Hippo. Same with other movies that they did no marketing for. Like, it's actually really interesting because we were watching the Goofy movie documentary for my movie nights. And one of the, like, they were talking about how the Goofy movie originally was released as a financial failure because, like, Disney had no faith in a Goofy movie at that time period, so they didn't bother marketing it at all because they were like, oh man, like, we don't care about... What the? What? What? Why is it not transformed? Yeah, Ditto is supposed to always be transformed. Why was it out, like, not transformed? I have never seen that before either. What? I mean, it'd be nice if Ditto was out more often where it's not transformed, but I have never seen it not be transformed. That was so weird. Anyway, what was I talking about? You were surprised about the critical reception you had, apparently. I think they kind of covered it in the documentary itself, where they were talking about how, like, apparently a lot of people just weren't used to the idea of Goofy having a more serious story to it, so they were kind of, like, dismissive of it, because they were like, oh, this is just a movie that a lot of, how do I put it? A lot of people just were against because it was out of character for Goofy, but a lot of people who grew up watching the movie were like, no, we love this movie because it, like, featured really interesting character story, father-son stuff with Goofy, and people really appreciated it for that. And, like, I get that feeling sometimes because, like, I worry that sometimes my interpretation of a character or movie or whatever doesn't really line up with other people because, like, I know, for example, like, there's a lot of people who like Man of Steel, and I'm like, this is the worst goddamn Superman thing I've seen. And I only realized that in retrospect because I kind of not gaslit myself, I kind of, like, Stockholmed myself into thinking that it was a good movie. And then the more I thought about it, I was like, oh my god, this goes against everything I actually like about Superman. But I do know people who like it, and I just hella disagree with those people, I'm sorry to say. He was perfect as Geralt? No, I agree with that. I have no issues with that. And he was fine enough as Superman. I agree. If he was given opportunity to be Superman, awesome. He was not Superman. At least not the... At least he was the interpretation a lot of, like a lot of cynical people have about Superman that I dislike a lot. And, like... I'll freely admit that my ideas with Superman are far more idealistic, but, you know, that's generally what I like about Superman. I like him being idealistic, and, like, the Zack Snyder interpretation of Superman just felt so cynical and dark for me. I just did not enjoy it. It's very hard to compare Superman actors. Chris Reeve kind of broke the curve. Yeah, Christopher Reeve was kind of the perfect Superman, considering how... You know what's amazing about Christopher Reeve? The fact that he was like the first time that they actually tried to make Superman and Clark Kent distinctly different in terms of behavior and presentation. Like, you can legitimately believe they are two different people purely through his sheer acting ability, and I'm like, goddamn, Christopher Reeve was amazing. I loved going over the Christopher Reeve Superman movies during the movie nights. In retrospect, you like Ghost Rider more than Man of Steel? I'm gonna have to think about that one. I feel like I don't like either movie for different reasons, but I respect that. I respect that. But no, like, whenever we get to the superhero movie marathon, when we get to Man of Steel, it's going to be an interesting movie night for me because I'm going to be spending the whole time basically complaining. Well, not complaining, but more so like going into highly detailed explanation on why certain things don't work, why scenes don't work, why the characterization doesn't work, etc., etc. And I'm just like, ugh. That being, you know what? Screw it. Hang on. I'm gonna grab a link for you guys. So like, there's a content creator I follow. You guys probably know him. His name is Linkara. He makes comic book reviews. A few years back, he did a review of Man of Steel, went into a lot of detail of what his issues with that movie was. And like, honestly, a lot of my opinions are kind of reflected off of his, like a lot of his, my opinions are reflected in his opinions. So like, I wouldn't say I agree with everything that he says in that, but like, he goes over a lot of my main issues about that. So if you want to watch a long review about Man of Steel, talk about his issues and stuff like that, like, a lot of my points are going to be repeated there. So if you guys want to get a sneak peek into that before I do it for movie nights, go ahead, check out that video. Okay, but how much of that was Nick Cage being Nick Cage? Listen, Nick Cage being Nick Cage is always going to be fun. I can never deny that. You haven't watched one of his videos in a hot minute? He does some good video stuff. I like watching his videos, mostly like to help catch me up on some comic book content I haven't been paying attention to. Like, I haven't read comics since at least 2016, unfortunately. Like, so it's been like close to a decade since last time I read a comic. Which is disappointing to me because I love reading comics. But yeah, I just have a lot of negative opinions about Man of Steel. But like, I will freely admit that like, a lot of it is my own personal biases. Which is like, I want to be clear, I'm okay with different interpretations of characters and stuff like that, as long as it doesn't like mess with the core tenet of a character. And I feel like Superman is one of those characters who has such a strongly defined character story to him that it's like, if you mess it up, it just like pisses me off a lot. Ugh. I'm glad you came around on Immortal Hulk. I'll admit, when you were describing Immortal Hulk to me, I wasn't too crazy about the idea because it sounded like a weird-ass retcon, but then I actually read the story itself. I was like, oh, this is actually pretty good. Like, I think at the end of the day, it's all about presentation because, like, even though if I'm not a fan of an interpretation, if it's done well, I can come around on it. It's like, you know how Mr. Freeze for the longest time, no one actually knew him as anything more than just like a generic ice-themed villain for Batman. And then Batman animated series completely reinterpreted Mr. Freeze. And now he's become the most iconic depiction of Mr. Freeze. Like, you can reinterpret a character and make it better for it. That's perfectly okay. But that's the important thing. You gotta make it better. If you're just gonna make an interpretation, just make everyone annoyed about it, I feel like you're not really doing a very... I feel like you're just not, like, showcasing why people even care about the character to begin with. It's actually really funny because, like, the creator of Kick-Ass, Mark Miller, I think it's Mark Miller? Mark Miller is was infamously known as a creator who was very cynical about superheroes. But you know what one of his favorite superheroes was? Freaking Superman. Superman was one of Mark Miller's favorite superheroes because he loved how innocent the character was, how idealized the character was, and how they were someone who fought for truth, justice, and all that good stuff. I'm not gonna say American way because God, I don't want to think about that right now. But yeah, like basically, like he appreciated the actual idealized storytelling of Superman, even though he wrote a lot of cynical stories about superheroes. Like, and you can see that in his writing with Kick-Ass. But you know what's really interesting? When he went to see Man of Steel, he apparently was, in his words, he was so traumatized by how cynical and dark the interpretation of Superman was in that. He was so disgusted with Man of Steel, he went out of his way to write a proper Superman story for himself. Like, it's not literally Superman. He wrote an original character. It was an original story called Huck, but it was basically his interpretation of Superman. It was super idealized and like optimistic about humanity and the ideas of people that, like, it really showcased how much he understood the character of Superman. And, like, because of that, he actually started writing more idealized works. So if it was, so just to give you an idea of how bad Man of Steel was, were a lot of Superman fans, even those who don't like superheroes did not like Man of Steel for how they depicted Superman. And I feel like that is an oddly wholesome story to hear about someone who normally is very cynical, but then finds more idealistic, optimistic views on storytelling after seeing a poor depiction of a character that he cares about so much. I think that's oddly wholesome. Superman's greatest power has always been the ability to inspire hope in people, and the best writers and actors have touched the character understand that. No, agreed! I totally agree with that. That's actually kind of why I freaking love My Adventures of Superman. My Adventures with Superman showcases all the wholesome, cute shit with Superman while he goes into all kinds of sci-fi stories alongside his love with Lois. And my God, Lois is so freaking cute in My Adventures of Superman. It makes me happy all the freaking time whenever I see those two relationship in that show. It's cute as hell. I really can't wait for them to get to like get to a third season of that show. I love Gohan and Videl. I mean Superman and Lois. Uh-huh. 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 You know, you joke about that, but they do actually feature a lot of, like, Dragon Ball references in that show. Like, they had, like, Kara, like Superman's cousin, Supergirl, dress up as Android 18, which I think is really funny. Can I please have one shiny Ditto? We've been at this for like 2 hours now. It doesn't help there's like no music playing in this area for whatever reason, and I have no idea why. You can have one shiny Ditto later. Define later. When you're older. I'm getting older literally every passing second. Hell, I'm older than I was 2 seconds ago. 1 second ago. Half a second ago. A quarter of a second ago. I am aging before your eyes as we speak. I can feel myself turning into dust right before all y'all. Yo, Zane, how's it going? Still hunting for that shiny Ditto because it still hasn't popped up for me yet. I can have my shiny Ditto right after you finally destroy capitalism and the patriarchy. If that happens, I will happily sacrifice having a shiny Ditto. Shiny Dittos matter way less than destroying capitalism. You get your shiny Ditto when you fix this damn door! Oh, Peter, I think you're having a bad day. You know what? Have you considered sitting down, having a nice cup of tea? Go see your Aunt May. I'm sure she'd appreciate that. You know, I was kind of thinking about this when I brought up Lois earlier. Have you guys noticed that, like, for the most part, most writers agree that Superman is always destined to be with Lois Lane, but for some reason, all the writers in comic books refuse to ever have Peter Parker stay in relationship with Mary Jane? I don't understand why they have that so much of a hang-up with Peter actually being married to a woman when, like, Superman's been married to, like, Lois for, like, decades now. This is why Ultimate Spider-Man is so damn good? You mean when Peter died and then turned into Miles Morales? Well, not turned into, but, like, Miles Morales became Spider-Man? I was like, give me a quick sec, I'm gonna get some water. There's a new Ultimate Spider-Man? Okay, I knew they brought back the Ultimate Universe, but what happened in the new Ultimate Spider-Man? Peter and MJ already have a fam before the whole thing became Spider-Man thing. Yo! That's good. I love that. I love that. So does that mean that they have like Mayday Parker then as their daughter? So they have like Spider-Girl? Or has she not like or has she not been bitten by a radioactive spider yet? Look, give it time. Okay. It's actually interesting because I was watching a video talk about like Mary Jane and how she's depicted alongside the other characters in other girls in Peter's life. Mayday Spider-Girl was one of your favorite ones? Hell yeah. And like basically they went over how like a lot of people who hung up on Gwen Stacy don't realize like Gwen Stacy and Felicia aren't very good fits for Peter in a relationship sense because they always are in love with like one aspect of Peter but not the other. Wherein like Gwen loves Peter but doesn't love Spider-Man, and Black Cat loves Spider-Man but doesn't love Peter. But you know who does love both parts of Peter and Spider-Man? Fucking Mary Jane! And it complements him so much better that way. I'm not saying Gwen isn't like, you know, like the original, like, love. Well, technically Betty Grant. Oh, actually, now that I think about it, was it Betty Grant or was it someone else who was Peter's original love interest? Because wasn't like Gwen originally like a bully of Peter back in the day? Like the really early comics of Spider-Man? Felicia is the fun choice, and in some runs she makes an effort to like the Peter part of him. Some runs, not all. Yeah, like, I think the one I always remember is in Ultimate Spider-Man when she found out, like, that Peter was a teenager. She actually vomited all over him. I guess, you know, she's old. Durr. You like Peter with MJ the most? Same. But I feel like that's chalked up to the fact that I grew up with Mary Jane, so you know how I be. I also, like, I grew up watching the freaking animated series from the 90s. And I'm like, no, Peter, MJ, it's forever. Never mind the amount of times that they kept on trying to kill off MJ by turning her into water and then Peter screaming, no! As she disappears into, like, vapor. You love that old cartoon? The original anime cartoon of Spider-Man in the 90s was, it was certainly a trip. I do love it, though. It was a really good reflection of the 90s for Spider-Man at that time. You got so lost for a moment there. Which part did you come in on? The part where I was talking about Mary Jane turning into vapor, or me screaming no about it? Remember when he met the X-Men and all the ladies were thirsty for Spider-Man? I completely forgot about that, Sagami. Oh my god. I knew about the X-Men crossover, but like, for some reason, I didn't remember much details about it. I mostly remembered the series finale was Secret Wars. Oh, Peter? Oh, no, sorry. I was talking about Spider-Man Peter. Rogue in particular. God, Rogue is very pretty. One of the most wholesome relationships is the Fantastic Four and Spidey. When you restored their memories of him, was adorable. Dude, I freaking love the Fantastic Four with all my heart, and I'm so glad that Spidey basically is another member of the Fantastic Four to them. I love Johnny and Peter just being like the best of buds, though. That's super wholesome and cute. Which makes me sad that they'll never depict that relationship in the MCU, because, like, the Fantastic Four apparently exist in an alternate universe, according to them. And Peter is a teenager, and Johnny is a grown-ass adult. You felt that way whenever people bring up Captain Falcon? I have no idea what you're talking about. Did you know that Falcon's first name is Douglas? I always find that one story funny where Peter meets a bunch of other versions of himself and talks about how much his life sucks. They all stare at him, laugh since all their lives are great. He's just a multiverse loser Spider-Man. Then they admit that nah, their lives are all ass. They just like the Haze and New Universe Peter that shows up. I remember that. Doug Funny went on to become Captain Falcon? Yeah, you always thought he'd become Quail Man? No. Falcon Man. And then he ditched the man part and just became Captain. Doug Funny from the Doug cartoon. Unless you're trying to be obstinate right now. Your worst kept secret, you literally put your name on your Twitter handle. Guys, I feel like I've been up like at least 400 Meowths and Dittos at this point. How the hell have I not found a shiny yet? I feel like we're well over odds at this point. Man, I really hope the new Fantastic Four movie actually is good. Because, man, I am so sick and tired of there never being a proper depiction of the Fantastic Four in any media. I just want to watch a goddamn movie of the Fantastic Four being scientists, going on sci-fi adventures, and being a family about it. And that's all I want. I will say the new trailer where they showcased Johnny and Ben being uncles for the fact that Sue Storm apparently is pregnant with Franklin Richards. Let's go. Also, can I just say it's really funny to me that even though, like, that Invisible Woman is supposed to be, like, Sue Richards, people still call her Sue Storm. You're just glad that Doom wasn't part of the accident this time? I'm just glad Doom apparently is unrelated to that movie. Also, can I just say, if Dr. Doom gets, like, knocked off at the end of, like, Doomsday, I'm gonna be like, man, this was such a horribly built-up multiverse. I know they had, like, backtrack out of, like, Kang, considering the actor, but man, they could have totally gotten a new actor to play Kang instead of just, like, move on to, like, Doom. Not to say I even like Kang. I don't even find Kang all that interesting, but, like, you know, could have at least done something with the whole multiverse built up there instead of just, like, leaving it for the garbage pile. You mean Iron Doom? I swear to God. I know that they're going to, like, make him, like, a variant of, like, Tony Stark. I just wish that we can have a proper depiction of Doom that isn't, like, you know, messed with in terms of movie narrative or whatever. You fool, that was just a malfunctioning Doombot. Ah, yes. All the Kangs were just malfunctioning Doombots. You don't know how you feel about introducing Doom as a full MCU threat? Let him be a petty bastard hating Reed for a while. Doom is honestly that level of threat that I think it would make sense for him to be able to threaten the entire MCU. It's just... I don't know, I wish they kind of built up to it. The best interactions in comics are Valeria and Doom. Yeah, because Valeria is basically a mini Doom, and and Doom treats her really sweetly, which I think is kind of cute as hell. Or the ruler of Latveria. Yeah, you know, just make him the ruler of Latveria. That's fine too. Tomatoes, onions, green bell peppers, hamburger, tofu. I will say this. Like, on the flip side, in the different company sense, I am cautiously optimistic about Superman. I really, really hope James Gunn did not screw up Superman again for us. Because, God, I really need a good Superman right about now. Oh, that does not look safe whatsoever. Please don't fall apart. Please don't fall apart. Please don't fall apart. Thank you. People usually have to pay for that. Okay, which part did I say? Wait, what did I say in regards to that now? Would you eat this sandwich IRL? No. I could really use a good Superman, right? Hush. Oh, great! More random Dittos spawning out in the overworld for some reason. It is 1 in 600. How the hell is there not one that's shown up yet? Have I found a shiny yet? Take a wild guess. But nah, we're just like chatting about superhero stuff right now, about how like I just want a good Superman movie, and hoping that the James Gunn movie will actually give me a proper Superman movie. I'll be real, I think my biggest issue with the Superman movie is, man, why do they always have to throw in extra characters into these movies for no reason? Like, why is Guy Gardner, Hawkgirl, and Mr. Terrific in a Superman movie? Yeah, I'm not a fan of Reeves Superman. Hush up. You haven't even seen those movies, have you? Would you say that you need a hero, that you're holding out for a hero till the end of the night? He's gotta be fast, he's gotta be strong, he's gotta willing to fight into the night. Into the night. Bum, bum, bum. Yo, can we talk about how that is like probably the best depiction of that song in any film? And that was in freaking Shrek 2 of all movies? That's probably my favorite cover of I Need a Hero. Again, Shrek 2. Then again, who would have thought that Puss in Boots: The Last Wish ended up being one of the greatest animated movies of all time? I certainly didn't predict that, did you? I mean, the trailers look good, but I didn't think it was going to be as good as it turned out to be. And I didn't think Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse was going to be one of the best anime movies I've ever seen either. But that also was a huge surprise too. And you know what else is crazy for being so freaking iconic? Freaking Lego Movie. How the hell did the Lego Movie become one of the most popular animated movies? Never saw that one? Lego Movie was actually really good. Well, in my opinion anyway. You form your own damn opinion. But like, I think Lego Movie was really well written. And it was very innovative for the time. Ever since then, everybody started trying to copy the Lego movies. So, like, okay, let me put it like this. You know how something is innovative for the time, but people don't realize it's innovative because everybody else copied that movie? So you think, oh, this is just copying other movies. And I'm like, no, it's the originator of it. That's what the Lego movie is. So you might not appreciate the Lego movie for what it did for the time period. You heard Lego Batman was good? It was good. Yeah, I liked Lego Batman. You knew Spider-Verse was going to be good? I respect you knowing that. I didn't. I was just hesitating because I wasn't sure how to say how I wasn't really trusting it. I don't know. I think I was burnt out on Spider-Man during that time period because Sony kept on shoving Spider-Man related movies down our throats, like Venom, the Amazing Spider-Man movies, and other related works like Morbius coming out and stuff like that. And I'm like, I just was not in a Spider-Man mood when I saw it, but when I watched, I was like, God, why is this so good? Lego Batman was very self-aware. See, I'll say the best thing about the Lego Batman movie. The best thing about the Lego Batman movie was the fact that Joker and Batman were in a relationship. And that was funny as hell. We don't talk about Morbin here. Fun fact, did you know that the Morbin joke actually originated from a Yu-Gi-Oh! Content creator? Which is really, really funny to me. I'm just saying, a lot of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Community has a very good sense of humor. I mean, you have to have a good sense of humor when you're playing that game, otherwise you're going to lose your mind of how frustrating it is. Rada went on to regret making that joke since so many people thought it was made out purely out of nowhere. Yep. Honestly, Rada doesn't really like memes in general, frankly. And a lot of people don't understand the Morbentine reference. Yeah. Especially since Rada is a huge Super Sentai fan. Well, Super Sentai, Kamen Rider, Tokusatsu. People don't really get Power Rangers anymore. Yeah, honestly, the Power Rangers franchise is kind of like up in the air at the moment, and they don't really broadcast Power Rangers all that much anymore. I don't think Power Rangers has really been all that profitable for anybody, frankly. I feel like the only people who care about Power Rangers these days are those who grew up with it like I do. I don't think any kids care about it. Power Rangers is pure nostalgia bait? A little bit. It doesn't help that a lot of the people who work on Power Rangers were also people who grew up, like, watching Power Rangers, so they have their own takes on what Power Rangers should be. Again, this kind of goes back to the original topic we were talking about earlier, where you can have your own interpretations of, like, how a series should be, but, like, you know, not everyone's going to be happy with it. When you saw Forbidden Memories being worked on for AP, absolutely fuck not even a little. Listen, Forgotten Memories is not the type of game that you should be doing an AP for. Can I please find a freaking shiny Ditto? I've been wandering around here for 2 hours and I am very tired. I don't know how people get lucky enough to find a shiny Ditto, guys. Because all the videos I saw when they were doing this said they found it like almost instantly. You saw the gamble, every card as a check was an option. You don't have to do that, Hippo. That's why it's called an option. You saw a Japanese tweet wondering if the Cosmic Fury suits were made from porn because they low-key look ass. It was very cheap looking is the best way I would put it. If it's there, then you're gonna do the soup as a compulsion. Hippo, please. Have some self-restraint. If not for you, at least for those who care about you. I am slowly falling asleep in my chair. Because, man, this Ditto does not want to spawn, guys. I don't know what more I can do. I feel like I've examined every single Pokemon on this hill for at least like 9 or 10 loops now. You know what's weird to me? Power Rangers has made original suits before. Like, they featured, like, the Titanium Ranger from Lightspeed Rescue. That was an original suit, and that looked great. As a kid, I didn't even realize it was an original suit. Just because it looked so well, it fit alongside all the other Ranger suits perfectly fine. Sir, I'm in the middle of a hunt. Can you get out of my face? I feel like Power Rangers definitely works best when there is like original content to work with anyway.
Thank you!
I mean, it helps. Thank you for the gift subs. Man, I really am that tired. I almost called you Sagami. Thank you for the gift sub, Lundea. Oh, Grimbar, enjoy the emotes. Yeah, I'm slowly falling asleep in my chair. It doesn't help I have to take care of some business in the morning. I don't know how much longer we're gonna go for, but I'll try to go up for at least 4 hours. So we got a little over an hour left. Ideally, we find the shiny Ditto before then, though. For limit. Is it going to be a loud song? Thank you, Hippo. Appreciate it. Are we seriously out of topics to chat about? Because I've kind of run out of steam for, like, the other topics because I can't think of anything else to chat about. I'm gonna do a quick stretch just so I can... Just so I'm not just sitting here for... 3 hours. Oh, hi, Mock. How's your sex life? Non-existent. Unless you want to count my time with my right hand. In which case, it's active every day. You can tell I'm tired when I'm saying stuff like that. Poor Lefty. Lefty know what it did. Lefty on me cheating on me by, like, handling those spoons without my permission. Can't believe my own left hand would betray me like that. This is why righty is my right hand. You almost signed out. You almost signed out nameless before you realized. How many people still remember the room? It kind of feels like the whole joke about the room kind of died after the documentary came out. Well, rather the adaptation of the book by the guy who worked on the room, like one of the actors who worked on the room, came out. Darude? No, it was, man, I can't remember his name right now. Yeah, Greg's Sestero. You remember it because you were in college during the early 2010s and every online content creator talked about the room? Yep! Hey, you know what's really funny? I actually saw the room on April 1st during Adult Swim, because every Adult Swim, April 1st, they always do some kind of April Fool's prank. And, like, I didn't realize that... Like, I didn't realize that the room was supposed to be a legit movie. I thought it was supposed to be, like... I thought it was an Adult Swim... overly long Adult Swim sketch. But yeah, they used to yearly do yearly broadcasts of the room on Adult Swim, and that is really funny to me. And then one year, instead of the... You know what's really funny? One year back in 2021, I'm pretty sure it was 2021, they started up playing the beginning of Adult Swim with the room, but then it transitioned into freaking Tom from Toonami going like, "Oh, hi viewers, Toonami's back, bitches." And then like Toonami, and then they did a whole night of anime and old cartoon shows that they used to broadcast on Toonami for 6 hours. And that night, no 90s kids slept because they watched the hell out of that one block of Toonami because people missed the frick out of Toonami during that time. That was an incredible night. And then due to the popularity of how that block went, Toonami returned for real. Yeah?
Hi. Oh, I'll just come in and just like talk about that actually. Yeah. The thing with Toonami as well, like when it came back, like that 2012 April Fool's night, it wasn't just the fact that they played like a bunch of episodes, they played a bunch of iconic episodes for different shows, right?
Yeah.
So they started with like Bleach, then they went to DBZ, and the DBZ episode was like when Gohan beat Cell.
Actually, no. They didn't do Bleach. They did like classic anime. So Bleach would not have been there.
No, it's literally there. I'm literally looking at the page right now.
Like for wait, really for the April Fool's Day one?
Yeah, like for April Fool's 2012. That started with Bleach.
It was really? Huh.
Yeah, I have it right here.
Okay,
both
go
the
on.
Bumpers and yeah. So Bleach, it was episode 247, which probably led into Bleach. So probably something important there. Yeah, DBZ, which was episode 191, which is Gohan beat Cell. They went to Gundam Wing, which is episode 10, which I believe is like, I want to say that's an episode with like, it's like a big thing with like the Wing Gundam. Tenchi Muyo, episode 19.
Yo, Tenchi Muyo.
Outlaw Star, episode 25. Which
yeah! Was like, nearly like the next to last episode of freaking Outlaw Star.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's like, it was like a 2-part final episode, but that's still a good like episode to show. The first episode of the Big O.
Yeah.
Episode 110 of Yu Yu Hakusho. Episode 1 of Blue Submarine number 6, which is an interesting poll. Episode 23 of Trigun, which...
Wasn't that the episode where a certain character dies?
That's what I'm thinking. I have to double check that.
I'm pretty sure that's the episode a certain character dies.
Okay, yeah. And then they went to episode 1 of Astro Boy.
I mean, it's Astro Boy.
Mm-hmm. And then episode 3 of Gigantor.
Gigantor!
See, a lot of like very interesting picks there. Both like new stuff and old stuff.
Mostly old stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Which makes sense.
With, like, yeah. I know nowadays with like Toonami, they only show like the new stuff if they can because licensing, among other things.
Yeah. Like most of their budget goes to the licenses, if I recall correctly.
Yeah. See, I never watched Tenchi Muyo Sagami, but like my Outlaw Star favorite was probably Melfina, but Aisha was a very close second.
Meow.
Oh, so hi, Gaddy.
E.
Please fill the void while I slowly try to find all of this. But yeah, like, it was because of the success of that April Fool's prank with Toonami that they were like, okay, I guess we can bring back Toonami. Mm-hmm. Which is a real shame because that was also around the time period people stopped watching TV.
Yeah, definitely has a bit of its dedicated fan base with Toonami now, but yeah.
Yeah, like, people still watch Toonami, but that's only if people actively have a TV subscription.
My understanding is, like, Toonami can get played in, like, let's say, I've heard actually used played in like some prisons. I've also heard like it might be used for like, let's say, if someone's like running like a bar and they have like a TV on, they might like just throw on like Toonami.
What a sentence to lead with. Toonami is sometimes displayed in some prisons.
No, genuinely.
I know. I believe you. It's just what a opening statement.
Why would they broadcast TV to prisoners?
I mean, I imagine it's just a thing in like the public cafeteria or something like that.
Yeah, basically, is my understanding, like the cafeterias, and like people would just watch the shows there. See, I remember different things across like the era of like Toonami. Like I remember there was one night where they were broadcasting a show called Beware the Batman, and they literally at one point were just like, well, the show's needs to get kind of pulled off the air, so they had one night of Toonami that's just, we're just gonna broadcast the entirety of the rest of the show that they had not broadcasted yet. So I think they showed like 6 or 8 episodes one night of like Beware the Batman, which was that like CG animated one from like the 2010s, which I've heard like almost nothing about, admittedly.
There's really not a whole lot to say about that series, frankly.
Yeah. It reminds me that we like, there was that like Amazon Prime Batman series that like, I think we watched a couple episodes of, it didn't finish.
I finished it.
Did you finish it? Okay. I watched like a couple episodes, I didn't finish it.
Hey Woot, how's it going? Good luck on a shiny Ditto Hunt. Thanks, appreciate it. I just cannot seem to spawn a Ditto, even though I've eaten like 5 different sandwiches.
Tasty.
It's made of nothing but tofu, onions, tomatoes, hamburger for some reason.
I remember when Toonami, like, in the new era, would show, like, movies, like, in the night.
Oh, so...
Stop doing that, though.
I will say this, like, I do agree with Hippo. I lost my mind when they actually brought back Samurai Jack for its final season.
Oh, dude, that was legit so cool. Like, the last season started off amazingly, kind of petered out a little bit, but I think it was still fine.
In your opinion, anyway.
I mean, like, I think it was still fine, but I definitely feel like the like start of the season was the strongest part of it.
In your opinion, anyway.
Yeah, I know.
Like, I will say this. I sounded dismissive when I said that, but like, I do understand why people have issues with the latter half of that season. I get like, there are some things that weren't all that hot, but like, I'll be real. As someone who grew up watching Samurai Jack, and Samurai Jack is one of their favorite shows of all time, I legitimately never thought we would ever see a continuation of that series because it was like 20 years later. And I was like, you know what? Okay, it's been like 20 years. I'm probably never going, like, okay, it might be closer to say 15, but regardless, 15, 20 years, I did not think we would ever see a continuation of Samurai Jack. I moved on with my life. I just thought, well, one of my favorite shows never got the proper conclusion I was looking for. Oh well, I'm just going to move on with my life. But then you find out, yeah, like, I'll just say really quick. But then I found out that it was coming back, and it's basically the equivalent of being like, finding out an old best friend who died when you were like 10 years old, and then you see them alive 15 years later as an adult. It's like, no, what are you saying? You died. How are you still alive? What do you mean? And then it's like, I didn't care how it ended. All I knew is it probably gave me a resolution for a series that I cared about for all my life, and have talked about how important it was to me, how it shaped so much storytelling, and how much I care about dramatic scenery and animation and character writing through subtlety. And like, being able to finally see it alive again and actually have a proper conclusion, I don't care how badly it ended. I'm just glad I got it. Anyway, you were saying, Gaddy?
No, we just have to wait about 5 more years for Symbionic Titans continuation.
I don't think Symbionic Titan can be resolved with just one season.
If Samurai Jack can come back after 20 years...
Yeah. The animation was amazing for sure. Samurai Jack be like, I lived, bitch. And then after that, they started giving like Gendy Tarkovsky a whole bunch of animated series that they can do on Adult Swim and Toonami. Well, there goes another sandwich, everyone. I feel like the ending episodes were appropriate for the character arcs and development. I think the only real issue I didn't really like was the Ayashi story with her. Mostly because I feel like it was kind of rushed. But as for Jack himself, I am more than happy with him. This will still happen before Silksong releases. Listen, we were promised Silksong from the Nintendo Direct for the Switch 2. Eventually.
I don't even make jokes about that anymore. I just feel bad for Team Cherry. That they have to put up with this shit every single day.
I'm gonna turn off autosave. Oops. Tomato, onion, green bell pepper. Not that. Hamburger. Tofu. Herba Mystica. Also, Root, I'm not hunting for shiny eggs. I'm hunting for a shiny Ditto. You can't breed a shiny Ditto. We're making shiny Pokemon sandwiches? Yep. SpongeBob narrates that eventually. You're so used to making eggs? Yeah. It's a 1 in 600 something chance. It should have popped up by now. Meowth. More meows. A Ditto. Meowth, meowth, meowth. Meo, 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 Meo. Nia. Meo, Meo, Nia. Uni. Mithra.
Nico.
Nico, Nico, Ni.
Nico. No knee.
Nico, Ni.
No knee. Only Nico.
Pico. Pico, Pico, Pi. Pico, 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 Pi. Pico, 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 Pi. It's finally happened, Bart. You've gone insane. Neo Geo? Yes. Pikachu. Pikachu. Chat, I will ask, is there a better way of going about to increasing the odds of this? Because, man, I've been wandering around for a while now. Only kill Ditto? I've been trying to only kill Ditto, but they don't seem to pop up. If you need to get them to respawn, just picnic and then, like, back out, I guess. I feel like that doesn't affect it as much as I think it would, though. Never tell me odds. Thanks, Han. Is it weird to say growing up, I didn't realize that Han Solo and Indiana Jones were the same actor? I don't know why I didn't pick up on that. Maybe I just didn't pay attention to actors growing up.
At least you pay attention to actors now.
Barely.
Recognizing real life actors is not my forte. Also, isn't Harrison Ford a lot more clean-shaven as Han?
Yes. He's also younger. Ugh.
Is it too much of a weighted statement to say that I've outgrown Star Wars?
In what way?
It's like this franchise has been running so long, and its story has been told multiple times in several different forms that I don't know. I kind of feel like I don't need to see any more Star Wars, and the only thing that keeps it going nowadays is on its name.
Man, I wonder what that indicates about the company that owns it.
All right, you don't have to be glib about it.
No, that's more of a stab at Disney than at you.
But of course, it's the only name that people will recognize, so it has to be good, right?
Honestly, that's just... Yeah.
Such a recognizable name that can keep going for so many years has to be something of quality, right?
I think that's actually the logic for a lot of people when it comes like a lot of like green lighting from Hollywood. It has to be a recognizable thing so they can have like a guarantee on how much money they get back, because they don't like experimenting on stuff.
Yeah, and it's self-destructive from an artistic standpoint.
And then that applies to me as someone who's just like streaming games like, oh, hey, you remember this game, guys? You want to watch me play through this game? And then you lose viewers whenever you play a game that they don't recognize because no one actually cares about you as a creator. Did I just let my feelings bleed out? Oops.
Yeah, I'll give you that, Hippo. I do love Rogue One. I did like Rogue One.
Rogue One was good. You know, ignoring CGI Leia. But then again, they also did that with what's his name? I forgot his name. Grand Moff or something. Say you like Andor? Is Andor good? I haven't really watched it at all. It was Tarkin. Okay, I wasn't losing my mind. I got excited for a moment there when I sent out, like, Breloom to go beat up a Pokemon and it didn't attack right away. But honestly, yeah, I just feel like when it comes to Star Wars, things could have been left well enough alone after Episode 3. We didn't really need more to it. And if anything, you know what I appreciate about the original prequel trilogy? And I'm not gonna say it was, like, well-made or anything like that, or even necessarily better written. I appreciate it at least trying to do something freaking different with Star Wars and doing the same thing over and over again. That is to say, oh man, I sure do love talking about, like, the rebels who always had to fight against the odds against the big ol' empire. Because that's basically what the sequel trilogy was.
But to be fair, maybe we should be shoving more Star Wars down people's throats if we can get them to understand that Nazis are bad. Anyway.
It doesn't help when Disney is always like, oh, hey, you like the Stormtroopers? Buy the Stormtroopers, even though there's effectively fascists. You like fascist merchandise, right? Which is really weird whenever you see people with a Hydra shirt, and I'm like, why are you wearing a Hydra shirt? Yes, but it's not as terribly handled. Also, the Skywalkers aren't the only ones focused all the damn time into good materials. Correct. I don't know. You ever feel like nerd culture has kind of been co-opted by Hollywood to take advantage of how, like, gatekeepy a lot of nerds are?
I feel like that toxic mentality has always just been enforced by stuff like Big Bang Theory.
Wait, what?
And how it perpetuates this negative image of nerds and people in the general public consciousness.
Well, not even that. It's like, I meant like the nerd interest has been co-opted by Hollywood. It's like, oh, hey, you remember this thing from your childhood? AK Transformers, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Power Rangers, Star Trek, Star Wars.
Well, I mean, that also just goes beyond just nerd culture. That's just weaponizing nostalgia.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying, like, those are typically associated as nerd franchises.
Stuff like Star Trek, maybe, but like Teenage Mutant
Oh,
Ninja Turtles,
dude, you're, like, you were going really hard with scratching on your mic there.
Like Star Trek, maybe, but like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, I don't know if I'd call that nerdy. More so, just like a cartoon that was really popular with kids.
Yeah, but like most people who remember it are like the nerds who like couldn't let go of that nostalgia into their adulthood, which is why 80s and 90s nostalgia is as prevalent as it is right now, which eventually is going to become 2000s nostalgia as we start bringing stuff from that over, which I think is actually, I think we're at the beginning of that actually right now.
Isn't that what's happening with what happened with Teen Titans over the past 5 years? Well, people haven't started weaponizing Teen Titans in the same way, but like around the time people got really heated about Teen Titans Go, I feel like we saw like kind of an inception of that mindset.
Well, yeah, but except for Teen Titans Go, it's written by people who just like keep on making fun of people who were nostalgic for it, and I'm just like, what the hell is this made for? I just really hate Teen Titans Go because like the writing is just super like not creative. And then Avatar had you know what? No, Avatar is a better example of that because they keep on trying to bring back Avatar. And that was definitely a 2000s thing.
Which Avatar? Because like we did get like Avatar 2, like the sequel to that huge blockbuster movie. Like
we're talking about Last Airbender.
Yeah, I was just saying because like Avatar 1 was also like 10 or so years prior.
Yeah, but that's a James Cameron thing. James Cameron is James Cameron.
I see.
I am slowly thinking maybe I should give up on this because I am getting very tired.
You know, personally, it doesn't really help to me that, like, well, I generally feel like playing Scarlet and Violet makes me feel physically ill sometimes, but also, like, Chaldea is just not very interesting to look at when you go beyond the Academy walls.
You're not wrong. They're very basic, like grass hills and snowy mountains, etc., etc.
It's not even just like the landscape. Like when I thinking back to the towns you visit, I can't recall very many of them having distinct landmarks in them. Like, if you take, for instance, the Hoenn region, I'm sure you can pick out certain aspects of each town that you remember. Like, Fall Arbor towns, like deep, deep purplish brown hues, lava ridges, hot springs, Fall Arbor Town's treehouse house
I mean, there
villas.
are landmarks in Paldea, like the mountainous areas having like huge waterfalls. There's the bamboo thicket near.
Bamboo thickets.
Hmm?
The bamboo thickets.
Yeah.
You are so zenless pilled.
Did I say bamboo?
Yeah, you did.
Oh my god, I said bamboo. Bamboo thicket.
Yeah, but I was referring to the towns, not the environments.
Yeah, the towns are a little homogenous. I mean, no, there's the big windmill in Brassius' town. And there's some flora stuff there. And Lavincia, where Iono is the biggest city. Which makes sense because she's streamer girl. So there are some defining features of some of the towns and cities.
I mean, I guess it just doesn't help that there's not really any structures you can go into with the towns in this game. They just feel like another set piece of the environment to me, rather than locations you can inspect and visit the locals with. I mean, there are NPCs wandering around, but like, they're all outside.
Yeah.
Just feels like they're planted there instead of living there.
I agree with that, yeah. But it also doesn't help that the fact that this is made to be an open world game, so the Pokemon pitfalls are a lot more obvious. Because, like, a lot of the Pokemon towns are very small and generic when they live in a 2D space. You just don't pick up on that because of the fact that it's like a 2D game, because it's like, oh, it's just like the limitations of the system. Well, not just the system, but the type of game it is. And then there's like... And then when you go into like an open 3D space like this, you expect it to be more realistically depicted, because other games that are in this similar style do have a lot of like features that actively showcase how well lived in the world is.
I don't know if it's I think maybe it's more like they just haven't done a good job of displaying that distinctness in a 3D world environment, because like the limitations of like the Game Boy Advance didn't stop the limitations of the Game Boy Advance and the DS didn't stop Hoenn and Sinnoh's towns from having distinct features.
Like I said, like, if we were to look at the map, I feel like there's some distinct stuff in every area, though, because, like, I'm not thinking about it, like, if I were to just, like, not think about it, I would agree with you, but the more I think about it, it's like, no, I remember there are distinct features in every town. Like, I can list them off, like, how, I'm tired right now, so I can't remember her name. First gym leader lady.
Katie?
Yeah, like Katie's town has the big bakery. She also has like the open like field area because it has like a whole bunch of like growing farmland. Brassius, like I mentioned earlier, has the windmills and the Sunflora maze and stuff like that. Iono, as I said, is like the biggest city with a big like circular area in the middle of it. Trying to remember what's next. What was after Iono? Larry has like a whole bunch of restaurants, and you remember that specifically because you fight him in a restaurant. Kabu has like the whole big market area because he's a restaurant owner. So yeah, like I can go through every gym town and those towns have distinct features in them. Whether or not they're memorable, that's another story. But having distinct features, I think, are there.
Yeah.
Limby, you sound catatonic. I am very tired. Like I said, I didn't really sleep that much. I kind of forced myself to stream tonight because I thought, oh, you know what? I'll probably get a lot of viewers from me streaming a shiny hunt, right? And, well, I'm having above average viewership, so I turned out to be right. Not to sound like I'm trying to, like, take advantage of you guys or make you guys feel bad or anything, but it's just like, you know, I know how it is. Like, people don't want to watch games that people aren't interested in, and I get it. And you know what people are interested? Them Pokemans. I know this didn't talk about the game quality as a whole, but I do stand by what I always thought. You'll gladly take a more ambitious, if more flawed Pokemon game like Scarlet and Violet over a game that feels more by the numbers like Sword and Shield. I like Sword and Shield. I don't think Sword and Shield was by the numbers in my personal opinion. I think it was a lot more grandiose in comparison to any previous Pokemon game, in my opinion. The presentation definitely was a lot more ambitious there.
Let me put it in one way. I feel like I'll remember gym battles better in Sword and Shield than I will in Scarlet and Violet.
No, I can agree with that. The gym battles are a lot more... Like, the gym battles are definitely the main focus of Sword and Shield. They are extremely grandiose. They made it a whole freaking show where you go into a giant stadium where everyone's cheering for you. It also doesn't help that the battle music for Sword and Shield is insanely good.
Yeah. Also, I feel like I'll even remember the locales in Galar more than I will Paldea. Like, Milo's town, Wedgehurst, I think is the name, that has, like, a huge overlook where you can view, like, these Nazca lines in the distance. Or Gordia Milanese town, which has a huge hot spring in the middle amidst all the cold weather.
I think it helps that it helps that Sword and Shield is a lot more linear, so it was a lot more limited, so they can get away with more stuff like that. They were kind of putting the system under a lot of stress, so they kind of were put under a lot more limitations in this game because Game Freak doesn't know how to freaking program a game.
I mean, let's not pretend that the wild area in Galar didn't have issues.
I know, but I'm talking about the outside the wild areas, just like very linear.
Yeah. You technically go through like half of the story in Sword and Shield with outside of the wild area.
I know Hippo spent like a large majority of time in the wild area because he was trying to catch every Pokemon, and I was like, okay, you do you, man. Currently in the wild area? That's what I figured.
Some would say he's still in the wild area to this day.
But I do agree with you that I do get motion sick from playing Scarlet and Violet. I'm actually getting motion sick right now, actually, now that I think about it.
You should probably drink something.
I was drinking a lot of water earlier, actually. How is it none of these Dittos are shiny, Gaddy?
I asked myself that very question a lot when I was trying to hatch a shiny Chinchou in Pokemon Shield. It took over 2,000 eggs.
You have the shiny charm? Do you do the Masuda method?
I don't remember?
You basically need a foreign Ditto.
I know what the Masuda method is, I just don't remember if I was doing it.
Okay. I think I'm gonna call the stream in about half an hour. Not because I'm bored. I think I can, I don't mind doing more of these streams in the future. It's more about the fact that I am extremely tired. Because, like I said, I barely slept. Wait, so Ultimate Spider-Man was literally Tony Stark, like, telling all the superheroes to go live out their origin story? That's really funny.
That's especially funny if that... It's like, I'm going to gift you trauma, and it's your choice to accept it or not.
Why am I suddenly imagining that scene from Teen Titans Go where they shove Bruce's parents into the alleyway to die?
Sometimes Teen Titans Go has a zinger. Sometimes.
Teen Titans Go, the movie, legitimately is really funny. PvP streamer needs their sleepy. Sagami, hush! You're not wrong, but hush! I do not need to be infantized, thank you very much. I am very tired, though.
I think what makes this sickening to me is that the lock-on system in this game is so jank.
Yeah, it kind of like, just like jitters extremely quick like that. You see this?
It's not. It's really not as rigid as something like Legends Arceus.
Yeah. Legends Arceus lock-on is so much smoother. It's also easier to find a shiny Pokemon in Legends Arceus for some reason. Tony sends an adult Peter to Spider, and Peter's already feeling like his life is boring, missing something, so he does have to choose freely, willingly free and let him by him, or just ignore it and stay a normal family man. Okay, here's my question. Does, like, for the Hulk, does Iron Man just, like, give Banner, like, a gamma radiation gun? Because that's funny if he did. And does he, and like for Captain America, does he just like, oh hey, I know you're dead, Cap, because like, you know, World War II was a long ass time ago, but I'm gonna revive you, like I'm going to exhume you from your grave, and then I'm going to like shove a needle of super soldier serum in you. You're welcome. No, I agree with you, Root. The routes for Sword and Shield are linear as hell. I do agree with that. But, like, I'll admit, linear isn't necessarily bad for me. Like, I'll freely admit this is a personal opinion, so don't feel bad about it if you disagree or, like, I am, like, saying your opinion is wrong. Your opinion is totally valid. I'm just saying, I don't mind linearity because, like, sometimes I just want to go through a game really quick. I don't need like a wide open game to like put in thousands of hours into, you know what I mean? Sometimes some linearity is nice just so you can like, you know, get through something, like just be breezy. Hi, Baldur's Gate
Someti-
2.
Sometimes it pays for games to have structure.
Yeah. But as long as you don't make it boring. No, exactly. Lundea put it perfectly. Like, linearity is okay as long as it's not boring linearity, basically. And I do respect Scarlet and Violet going the open world route. I love that you can go to gyms in any order you want. Even though they don't level scale properly, that I find really freaking weird.
I wish they committed harder to the open world aspect. It feels like they just kind of slapped on the fact that it was open world and just called it a day. Without the substance of, like, feeling like you can go anywhere you want by making your starting point and making whatever starting point you choose accessible.
I'm gonna do one more sandwich and I'm gonna go to bed. I'm very tired, guys. I'm sorry. That's something you actually appreciate about Kalos being your first living dex gen. The gen is straightforward, but there are tons of Pokemon in each area, so that kept you busy as you went through the game. That's very true. I feel like they tried their best to try to make the game as open-ended as possible with its like open world format where you can go to wherever you want. I just wish that they actually committed harder, like you said, with the level scaling, with the options available to you and such. I don't know. I do like how they lock away the world based on whatever Herba Mystica you already found from the Titans. That's pretty cool. I do wonder what the Switch 2 version of this game is going to run like after the upgrade. Because I sometimes wonder if it's going to be like, oh, hey, there's no more, like, visual glitches. Or, like, oh, hey, it doesn't, like, just stutter every time you roam around somewhere. Oh, hey, the Pokemon aren't just going to keep popping in and out randomly. Maybe the physics will finally not be super jank. Better is what? Yes. My thing it was when you figure out Herba Mysticas get shortened to HMs. Yeah, I know! Like, when someone pointed that out to me when I was playing through the game, I was like, oh, that's super cute. I love that. Yeah, I'll be real. All this lock-on because of Ditto, specifically, is... I don't think they intended for you to do so many lock-ons in a row, because it is definitely producing motion sickness out of me. I don't know how chat is handling it right now. I hope you guys aren't actually looking at the stream while I do this, because I would be super motion sick if I were you guys. You're glad that HMs went the way of the dodo? I agree. You're fine? I'm glad. I worry that sometimes, things just aren't very visually stimulating, or it's overstimulating with how jittery I can get with the camera sometimes. You're playing Puzzle League? You're playing Pokemon Puzzle League? Nice. Hope that's going well for you. You know, one of these days I probably should play Pokemon Puzzle League on stream. I've never actually played it before. Well, I played it very passively one time when someone asked me to do a multiplayer match with them. But aside from that, though, I never actually played the single player.
It's a fun time. You like Panel de Pon?
Do.
Do you also like Pokemon Anime's famous album To Be a Master, now available on CD?
Yes, actually.
Well then good, because the OST is nothing but MIDI To Be a Master.
I hope you don't get copyright claimed if you were to stream it. You're not fine, but the stream is not bothering you. I'm glad to hear that. I'm sorry. Hope everything's chill out for everyone eventually. Sorry, like, I am oddly sentimental right now because I'm tired. I love everyone right now, and I worry a lot about me coming off as abrasive or rude or dismissive. So I'm sorry if I come off that way to you guys sometimes. I think a lot about how I come off to people, and, like, I know I shouldn't care about what people think about me, but my audience are people I care about, and I want you guys to know I love all of you. Thank you. Well, I love all of you if you're good people. If you're a bad person or a bot, get the fuck out of my chat. Drunk or ethy, you be the judge. You know, I made that joke before, Nameless, where, like, if I get super sleep deprived, I act super drunk. Like, that's the only like, legitimately, if I'm sleep deprived, like, this is the closest you'll get to, like, a drunk stream out of me. So congratulations, guys. You finally got drunk limit on stream for all y'all. Because I've been, like, drunk limit, sleep-deprived drunk limit on other people's streams, but I don't know how often I've done it on my own stream. This bot is allowed. That, you know what? That is, those bots are fine. Oh no, Woot is a bot. Someone time him out right now. Don't actually. Thanks, Meowth. Is this butt allowed? How dare you post illegal buttocks upon my stream? And you know what? We should ban Crazy for making such a disgusting emote. Get her out of here. He died alongside all the other meows that I'm killing alongside his family. So basically, drunk on sleep? Drunk on lack of sleep, Ogrimmar. You know, I have actually fallen asleep on stream before. And you know what's funny? I was still playing the game while it happened too. Like, I specifically remember it happened during a Mario and Luigi stream, wherein I was, like, fighting an enemy because I was, like, grinding for some stuff. And, like, I entered a bros move, I closed my eyes, and I fell asleep for the entire length of a bros attack. But I memorized the inputs for the bros attack, so while I was briefly nodding off, my fingers auto did the bros attack. So I can confirm I am so gamer that I can play video games in my sleep. I basically zoned out, basically. Okay, that jitter actually gave me motion sickness there. I kind of hate that. You had a wisdom tooth growing in the last few days, and this hunt has been numbing your mind needed. I'm happy that this stream is helping you chill the fuck out. Let it be known, everyone, if you ever want to advertise my stream to other people, tell them that my streams are an excellent way to inflict I almost said aphrodisiac. No, anesthesia upon you. Aphrodisiac is a completely different thing. But maybe I can also inflict aphrodisiac on you. Who's to say? Everyone has their own individual tastes, right? Yeah, I meant anesthesia. Not Anastasia.
Somehow, related to both.
Laven's going to start beating visual novels while sleeping? Well, technically all I have to do is mash the A button. The real hard part is actually voice acting while sleeping.
I think that Meowth died. Like, it went off the cliff.
He'll be okay. Anastasia has the best villain song? I mean, it's sung by Christopher Lloyd, so... Can I just say how funny it is how many villain roles that Christopher Lloyd has done in voice acting? Considering I mostly know him as Doc Brown. Just pre-record all the dialogue and have the game on autoplay if it's on any of the Ace Attorney collections out of the first one. You know what? That would be such a funny April Fool's stream. Wherein I just go through an entire Ace Attorney game, I just record all the dialogue ahead of time, put it up, and I go to sleep. No one will question it.
And then the first branching choice or evidence present comes up, and then your lie is exposed.
No, I think the real lie is when everyone keeps on subscribing while having the alerts play while I'm reading out dialogue, and I just completely ignore all the alerts. See, the real joke is that this entire stream was actually pre-recorded. And I was just guessing who was actually going to show up in chat. And just assumed that people were going to bring up specific topics. The realizer of P. Alright, 20 more minutes. Christopher Lloyd played Xehanort? He played Xehanort because like the original voice for Xehanort was Leonard Nimoy, who tragically passed away like not long after recording that, which made me really sad because like I fucking love Leonard Nimoy. I wonder why. And then the new actor passed away after recording Kingdom Hearts 3, and they're like, well, we're gonna need a new voice actor, so they brought in Christopher Lloyd. And now I'm like, man, maybe the role of Xehanort is just fucking cursed because the voice actor just keeps dying who plays him. And I'm just like, can Christopher Lloyd not die? And now I'm gonna be really upset if I wake up tomorrow and find out that Christopher Lloyd passed away. Dude is like, what, 90-something years old now, by the way? Hey, Gabby. I'm kind of drunk on lack of sleep right now. We're going to be ending the stream soon because we can't seem to be finding a Ditto and I'm very tired. The voice actors keep getting Norded. Exactly. What about the S-Blade when it has the hack blood charge? What are we talking about now? Is this a Final Fantasy joke that I'm not picking up on? I never want to see a Meowth ever again, Gaddy.
It's a good thing he's out of the anime.
It's a good thing the anime got rid of Meowth. Y'all can't see it right now, but I'm playing with the controller with my hands over my head. That's how I'm trying to stay awake right now, by having my arms raised up.
Ah, the gamer posture.
Yep. Slayer's X. Oh! Maybe you should play another game on the side. You know what I need? I need to put Subway Surfers on screen. That'll keep me awake, right? And not totally put me to sleep. Or maybe I can put up Minecraft and then we can be like, yo, chicken jockey. And then my entire chat goes wild and they start like destroying everything in the theater. And then I just get upset because I'm like, man, those poor theater employees. I haven't even seen the movie. People just keep talking about it.
Because it's just stupid.
You've heard that phrase approximately that many times this past week. I'll be real, I'm not even into the joke. I just brought it up facetiously because of the fact that people keep bringing it up.
And it also may be the last post that 4chan had before it went under.
Was it actually?
Supposedly. I just saw a post on Blue Sky about it.
That's really funny if that's actually true. Did Breloom just kill that Meowth with telekinesis? Can it learn psychic moves? I doubt it. It is a fighting type after all. Jack Black is stronger than all of 4chan. Or Chan, I don't freaking know. How the hell? I mean, to be fair, like, Pokemon are capable of learning long-distance moves. Maybe use, like, Bullet Seed or whatever. It doesn't know Bullet Seed. I don't even think Bullet Seed exists in this game. How have you not found it yet? I don't know! Theoretically, I should have come across it by now. Like, mathematically speaking, it doesn't make any sense. Oh well, back to business. Listen, Chad, I know I've not been a very good boss, but to kill me? Do you really want to do this? How do I put it? You're being let go. You're being we're being downsized. You've been given the pink slip. Man, I can't remember all the phrases that Cusco actually said. You guys can tell I'm so tired because I can't even do my proper enunciation as I used to do. Yay! How much timer is left? 12 minutes. God! I was really hoping if I just paused and stare at it, it was going to be shiny. You're glad we still got Yzma's cut song? Yeah, it was in like the soundtrack CD for the movie, right? And we also got Yzma's song in Kronk's new groove, which was cool. Man, that's another actress I'm really sad about when they passed away. Freaking Eartha Kitt. Absolute treasure of a woman.
Rest in peace.
Hard to say if King of Sun would have been good, but the song was great. How was Kronk's new groove? It was kind of boring. I think we mostly just appreciated because, like, Kronk is kronking everywhere. Like, a lot of it felt like it was a typical direct-to-Disney movie where it was like, oh man, it feels like 3 episodes of a TV series shoved into one movie. You know, kind of like the Moana 2 movie. That's how you were saying.
Gee, I wonder what that feels like.
I actually showed Moana 2 to Gaddy recently, and I think he kind of agrees with me. It kind of felt like another direct-to-video Disney movie. Except it was a theatrical movie for some reason.
It's not good.
It was not great. So it's generally fine. It is TV movie standards. I could have sworn you were around when we were doing the direct-to-video Disney movies. You don't think Kronk is a very good protagonist? I think Kronk is a very good side character, yes. But I feel like Emperor's New Groove works best as an ensemble movie more than anything. Shouts to Lion King 1. Okay, Lion King 1.5 was legitimately was good. I love Lion King 1.5. That movie is really funny. It also helps that they kind of made it into a Mystery Science Theater movie. You did direct-to-video Disney movies? Yes, we did Hunchback of Notre Dame too. And yes, it went exactly as how everyone felt about it. People also really did not like Mulan 2.
Justifiably so.
Okay, Gaddy, I have a question for you. Would you watch Mulan 2 or would you watch the live-action remake?
Of what?
Mulan.
Milan too.
I don't blame you. The live-action movie is really boring and it's really freaking stupid.
Listen, Milan 2 is bad, but like being angry about a bad movie is still talking about a movie. Mulan, the live-action Mulan has nothing to talk about.
No, there is things to talk about for me, but it's mostly just like yelling about how boring it is.
Well, I mean, at least you won't. At least my mind isn't falling asleep watching Mulan 2.
That is true. Although I remember a lot of people were mad about it because it was basically character assassination for Mushu. But then again, it was also character assassination for almost everyone in that movie. The lag made you think it was shiny? I thought so too! One of the best sequels is still Rescuers Down Under. Rescue Down Under is insanely good for a sequel. I'm kind of amazed how good the animation in that movie is.
I don't think Shanyu even exists in live-action Mulan.
Nope. They invented a new villain. And Shang didn't exist in that either. They invented a new boyfriend, and he wasn't even really a boyfriend. Oh yeah, Mushu didn't exist either. And the 3 soldier guys, they didn't exist. I think the only character they kept was Mulan. And she's not even really Mulan. At least the animated version of her. How goes the hunt? Horribly secret. It feels like I should have come across one way sooner, but it doesn't seem like it wants to pop up. How's it a remake if they took out all the characters? They don't even have all the songs. It was like... it was just really boring. Hell, they invented characters that didn't even exist. Like a witch character. For some reason, there was a freaking witch character in the live-action Mulan. You know what? You know what? I can't even say I'm that mad about that movie, because I think I was more mad about Pinocchio. The live-action Pinocchio movie actually made me lose my shit. Remember when they gave Pinocchio a fucking love interest that he didn't even realize existed? There were like 3 Pinocchio movies that year, and all of them were better, and the other 2 were way better than the Disney one.
One of them was by Guillermo del Toro, if I recall correctly.
Correct. And it was also made for all adults. Not adults, but for all ages, but there's some dark stuff in there. I need a moment to collect myself. My head is actually starting to hurt from the motion.
I wonder if there are like other reports of like people developing motion sickness over this day, because that's a lot. Because that's a common thing I've been noticing whenever you stream Pokemon. Scarlet and Violet specifically. I don't think it's ever come up during like Sword and Shield or Legends Arceus.
Sword and Shield, Legends Arceus, I never had that issue. It's only in this game I get it with. I think it's definitely the camera. The camera is very jittery. Remember that scene in live-action Pinocchio where Pinocchio stares at shit for a whole minute? I am not making this up.
No, I just remembered that.
Yep. Remember the overall message of Pinocchio, the movie, was how Pinocchio didn't turn into a real boy and that he should stay true to himself and he didn't actually become human at the end? I don't care I spoiled the ending of the live-action Pinocchio movie. If you're upset, I guess I should be sorry, but at the same time, I'm like, why do you care?
For some reason, there was an anime-ass sequence near the end where he turns his legs into a motorboat rotor.
Yep, Pinocchio actually becomes Super Saiyan.
And they try to frame this as a good thing when the whole movie, they were like drawing parallels between Pinocchio and this love interest puppeteer character who has a prosthetic leg. Is just like, this movie, the Pinocchio remake is so confused.
The live-action remake was very dumb. And I'm so glad that the live-action Snow White movie is doing terrible. Maybe Disney will stop making live-action remakes. But I know people are gonna watch the live-action remake of Lilo and Stitch! Like, I'm sure the movie will be okay, it looks okay. I'm just saying, we have better. Disney adults plus kids. Oh man, I'm so glad they made a live-action movie of a cartoon. Now I won't feel embarrassed watching it in front of other adults.
If it's a remake of a classic, watch the classic.
But it's a cartoon. It's made for children. I don't have time for child baby shit.
You know what's also a cartoon? That's the shit you read in the newspapers every Sunday morning.
Man, I can't believe that they would put in movies from Japanese anime bullshit into the Oscars, like Secret of Kells.
That made me fucking mad.
Yeah, that kind of pissed me off too.
That's not even any sort of Asian-centric Asian-centric production. I think it's like Irish.
I think it was Irish, yeah. Alright, guys, I think the Ditto is not spawning. We've tried our best, and we did not succeed.
Yeah, Maniacal, we just noticed that. We just mentioned that, actually. As if the Oscars had any credibility before that moment.
At the very least, the Academy announced recently that they are now, you know, in 2025, are now implementing a rule that if you're going to not vote, you have to watch all the movies of a category.
Finally, we can make the film critics actually be film critics for once. Can't believe we actually have to have this conversation.
I hate the Oscars so freaking much. I don't know why until 2025 they made it so that you can vote without having seen a movie. Can we do that with the VGAs as well? To be fair, I don't know how they handled the voting process for VGA. Alright. That's going to be it for now, though. Mostly because I am feeling very motion sick and I am feeling very drunk. Thank you for stream. Thank you for dropping by. I'm so glad that everyone came by to stream. It honestly made me very happy to see all y'all. You guys are the best. Thank you. But yeah, we'll do another stream of this in the future. Hopefully when I'm not tired and hopefully with less motion sickness. Let me give you guys a heads up for the schedule, though. Oh, no, it's out of date. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Like, I thought I made an updated schedule, but I must have forgotten about it. I'm sorry. But no, it's basically this. Fire Emblem 3 Houses on Tuesday. Wednesday will be Zenless Zone Zero. Final Fantasy VII Blind on Friday. Next Sunday, we'll try to continue the Shiny Hunt. I don't know why it took me so long to find anything, though. I legitimately thought we would have come across it by now. I'm honestly so disappointed. That being said, though, if there's any changes to the schedule, y'all can follow me on Twitter, Blue Sky, YouTube, where I post stream updates and general shenanigans. Alternatively, y'all can hit up the Discord server, where we talk about anything and everything. We're a very friendly bunch in there, and we're always welcome to any new faces. We also do movie nights in there every Monday night, aka tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Like I mentioned before, we do movie marathons, and the current one we're doing is a small Indiana Jones one. We're going to be watching Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull tomorrow night at 7. If you guys want to check that out, consider hitting up the Discord server where we host it. Alright, Gaddy, thanks for hanging.
Absolutely.
If you guys have any raid messages in mind, let me know. Going to find ourselves a raid target.
It's a good thing I took this one down, because it actually has a publicly available emote.
Also true. Got to the catalyst? Oh. I rated Star recently, so I kind of want to go for someone else, but shoutouts to Star. You know what? Let's send you all to Pokemon then. I have another raid target in mind then. Haven't raided her in a while. Give me the shiny goo. Give the EP streamer needs their sleepy. You know what, Gaddy? I like Bamboo Thicket. I do, legitimately. But I don't think anyone would appreciate the joke for the people who we're raiding into. So we'll just go with...
You have a point.
Yeah, we'll go with Sagami's message. The EP streamer needs her sleepy. Fuck off. Whatever.
Whatever makes you happy.
Anyway, we're going to be rating Aelita. She's currently doing a crowd control of Pokemon Crystal version. So how about you guys give her all the love? All right. But yeah, that's just going to be it for now. Everyone, stay safe, take care of yourselves, and remember, love always. I'll catch y'all again soon. I'm gonna go pass out. Have a good night, everyone.